run. Staffs are following him. Wike is on the road, gentlemen. Wike is on the road. The staffs are following him. He's on the run. Guys, he's on the run. The Honorable Minister is on the run. Staffs are following him. He's on the run. Guys, Honorable Minister is on the run. He's on the run. The Honorable Minister is on the run, guys. He has run. He's on the run, guys. The Honorable Minister is on the run. Wike is on the run. Gentlemen, Wike is on the run. Gentlemen, Wike is on the run, gentlemen. Wike is on the run. Gentlemen, Wike is on the run. He is on the run. Gentlemen, he is on the run. Gentlemen, the Honorable Minister of FCT.
Nigerian oil minister spent $2 million in London's Harrods and quite literally ran out of space for her lavish purchases, a court has heard. Diazani Alison Madueke, who served as Nigeria's petroleum minister from 2010 to 2015, is now facing trial in London over allegations of bribery and corruption. Prosecutors told Southwark Crown Court that during her time in office, Alison Madueke's shopping sprees were funded by oil industry figures hoping to secure government contracts. Jurors heard that she acquired luxury goods at Harrods totaling over £2 million, and on one occasion remarked that she didn't even know why she was buying items because she had no room for them. The court was told that she stayed in grand properties across the UK, homes in Buckinghamshire, Marylebone and overlooking Regent's Park, properties that were allegedly paid for and renovated by these individuals. The prosecution claims that renovations alone amounted to £4.6 million. Alison Madueke is accused of accepting bribes from several oil executives. Among the alleged benefactors was Kolawole Aliko, who the court says funded extravagant spending sprees. In addition to Harrods, she reportedly spent over $370,000 at an antiques dealer and over $100,000 on luxury china and glassware. The court heard that she was often accompanied by an entourage and would spend hours shopping. Items from these shopping sprees were later recovered by the National Crime Agency from a storage unit allegedly linked to her. Alison Madueke denies all charges of accepting bribes and conspiracy to commit bribery, and the trial continues.
Governor Soludo, with due respect, you did something very wrong, and you are not realistic as a human being. Governor Soludo, these marketers, you think they don't love to trade on Mondays? You think they like to run away from their business? I have many people that have industries in Anambra. In fact, one of the oldest industries in this country, Kate Industries. And I was talking to somebody from there recently, and they were telling me how they've now shifted their structure of production in such a way that they don't produce on Monday. You think these people like to go away from the market? But they've been killed while they went to the market, and they try to ignore the sit at home. Where is the protection for their lives? Come on, so why are you talking like you don't live in Nigeria? In this same country where 177 people were kidnapped, and the local government chairman was even begging them not to talk. You are telling people to go there and go to the market and be there because you said so. Which security are you providing for them? And you know the way these people behave. They just come out randomly and start to shoot sporadically. Mm-hmm. So except you, Governor Soludo, you are going to stay in the market with them for the duration of trade. Then you can tell them if they don't observe things at all, you shut down their markets. Mm-hmm. If you are not going to stay there with them, leave them alone. Mm-hmm. You think they don't want to sell on Mondays, but you can't provide security for them. Because when it happens now, it's condolences you'll be writing. You tell your commissioner to write condolences. I condole with the people. In the Anambra, we're fighting security. People will have been killed by that time. What are we telling ourselves? And please, you should reverse that order quickly.
Okay.
Is it that easy?
Lawmefo, who is the Commissioner of Information in Anambra State, issued a statement yesterday in which he said Anambra State every Monday loses about 8 billion. and that the entire Southeast region loses about 19.6 billion because of this sit-at-home order, which traders respect. Now, my only concern is that if you now shut down the market, the Onitsha main market, from
for the whole week,
Monday
to Sunday,
till next week, Monday, February 2, then of course, if you calculate that, 8 billion per day, that would be a major loss. And the only ground in this regard is that the governor says they have refused to listen to the directive that markets should be opened on Mondays. Now, which takes us to the substantial point, which means that these traders, you know, they are forced to sit at home because of threats.
Yeah.
It's not as if they themselves want to sit at home. Therefore, the responsibility for government is to make the environment safe enough for commerce, for entrepreneurship, so that people can move freely on Mondays and go to business. The third point is that these traders, either in Onitsha, main market, or in Ekulobia, they are not civil servants. They are private businessmen. So they can choose on their own to determine when they open their shops or do not open their shops. So the governor giving directives to entrepreneurs, to traders, will seem to look a bit untidy because they are not.
Welcome, everybody. I feel like a stranger here. This is a new house. I don't normally come here. But I'm here because Forefathers I think he's around. He's going to come and take over. Thank you so much for being here for the original Harvest 247, where we discuss issues in the news. My name is Rodolph Gonko. I'm just staying here for a minute so that Forefathers will sort out some things and join. Thank you again for being here. We have a lot of things in the news. One of them, I'm trying to learn this arrangements they have here, which is different from mine. One of the things in the news is the trip that President Bola Tinubu made to Turkey. There was, of course, you guys must have seen a video of him stumbling there. It was something that could have happened to anybody, but in Nigeria, it has meaning. People are looking at it in a different way, interpreting it in so many ways. So we're going to talk about Tinubu's trips abroad. This is not the wider issue around that, because it's not just this particular trip. There are in several trips. Somebody just sent me a message saying that in the last 30 days, I don't know how many days he's been in Nigeria. It's in and out. There's also the issue of the coup. Finally, the military came out to agree that there was a military coup that happened in Nigeria, and that those people involved will be tried by the military. They will be tried in the military courts. So there are questions there about why did it take them so long before they acknowledge that something happened. What other things? So many other things we talked about. We played a video about the Onitsha markets that is closed currently. The governor was mad that people are refusing to go back to trading on Monday. So he ordered the market closed, and he had a meeting with them on Thursday. The meeting, they didn't get the solution to that. They agreed, I think, on paper to come back on Monday and go on trade. But if they don't, the governor is threatening that he would close the markets for another 1 week. And if care is not taken, he will destroy the whole market. So it's quite interesting what's happening in the southeast. And somebody said there was a coup, that I planned a coup here. I didn't plan a coup, but it's quite interesting. So we are going to bring you guys in and have a conversation around this. As soon as Forefathers he's ready to host his show, we get out of here. But in the meantime, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago.
Yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was Soludo.
Please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on,
so
guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. Staying here just for a few minutes while Forefathers is here. So Forefathers, welcome, and thank you all for staying in here. Forefathers, take over from me and do what you do. I don't understand this structure, but take over if you're on, because you said you had internet problems. I just want to make sure that it's resolved. Can you hear me, Forefathers? Forefathers. All right, he's still having problems.
I think he's having issues.
Yeah. All right, let's start. So welcome everybody. For those who do not have the link, let me share the link so that you can.
It's not fully sorted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
UK people are always struggling.
I know.
You guys should consult Tinubu to give you guys good internet.
Since the Queen passed away, it hasn't.
They are struggling, man.
They are struggling. You know, this Charles, I don't know if he's doing.
the only so-called civilized country that, yeah, they are always struggling. Maybe they buy.
When was UK civilized? You guys are just hyping that country that never sees civility.
All right. Let's get to the stories in the news. Apart from the big ones, which I see headline here: US faces another lockdown. Well, not lockdown. I think there was a government shutdown, a little bit of
I see
partial shutdown.
Yeah.
But it's not a major thing. But that's as a result of impasse about what to do with ICE, which is the main story out of America. You know, protests are going on in about 300 cities today, this weekend.
A major protest scheduled for Monday.
Oh, a major one on Monday? Okay.
The whole country.
Oh, I heard that there are people who are actually saying they want to be on strike, that people should not work or something.
Yeah, schools, work, they tell everybody to stay at home.
Okay. And there is this story also. Can I come to you? I know you are interested in this topic. There's this story that Nigerians in America are staying home because they are afraid of being deported. Can I right now?
See, Dr. Damages, you know me, I will always say the truth. If anyone is staying home because of the fear of being deported, that person is a criminal. Maybe he has committed one or two crimes that we are not aware of. Because as far as I know, if you're a US citizen, you are not being targeted at all. If you're a green card holder that have committed a felony, obviously, it is not Trump's making. It has been in the US Constitution. Once you are a green card holder and you commit a felony, your green card will be cancelled and you will be deported. This has been the standard. If you are an illegal immigrant who also have committed a crime, I don't know if it's specifically felony, you also is eligible to be deported. So I don't know why a US citizen, whether you're a Nigerian or wherever you're coming from, will be afraid of going out. You know, these are the so-called, I don't know what is wrong with our people. You tend to inherit a problem that is not yours because you think you are smart, you can talk. See, AY here was saying that, there will be total shutdown, people will sit at home. You allow jobless people to tell you to sit at home and not go to work in United States when you are not being targeted for any crime or offense. check these people that are organizing all these sit-at-home nonsense protests. 60% to 70% of them are jobless Americans. For example, we all heard the news of the organizers of Black Lives Matters. All they do is to loot money, buy houses, and all that. They are jobless people using situations to embezzle money.
It's a Rudolph. Let
So,
me just.
Rudolph,
Yeah.
it is not true. If you see any Nigerian that is sitting at home with the fear of not being deported, is a criminal. He has committed a felony.
Let me
Simple.
just comment on this.
All right. We've not started, okay? So
yeah, can I just comment on it?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, sincerely, we need to upgrade this discussion. We should stop this childish discussion. What is going on across America is sad. Like Kenneth rightly said, that is the jobless people that are doing protests. The lady that was killed, Gold, she was not jobless. She's American citizen.
Who was killed?
Hey, hold on. The guy that was killed in Minnesota.
Hold
on. He's an American citizen. He's ICU nurse.
Obstructing justice.
Can you hold on? Can you learn to maintain decorum?
Tell us what he did.
The sit down that they are discussing, even right now, the Republican parliamentarian, they are tired. They supported by seven. Hold on. Can you just hold on? Don't be nonsense here. So they are supporting Democrat to shut down the government because of this high funding. What is going on in America? America have never witnessed this before. This is not even.
No, America witnessed it. 3 million people were deported under Obama.
Can you let him finish and then
okay, go ahead.
So what is going on is insane. You watch videos. I'm sure Mr. Tony must have seen the videos too, where they stop American citizen because you are black, because you are brown. I telling you, oh, I don't think your papers are real. I don't think you're American citizen just because you are black. This is what is going on. They are profiling people. This is what is going on across the America. What has he Trump? What has he done for America? Nothing. The economy is struggling. Last week, on Thursday, they reported unemployment number. Check it. Check me online. Unemployment number is high. If you are in the New York stock market, you know what is going on there last week because of these numbers. So the interest rate, they've been cutting interest rate for the past 3 interest rate from Fed, apart from the report that came out on Wednesday where they kept it constant. So it's even a signal that the economy is struggling, it's not doing well. Even the gold have to crash this week. So when I don't want to deal with this crazy talk of where Rudolph live in America. Can I stop behaving like a kid when you are having this kind of discussion? Stick with fact. Try to speak to issues. Forget you are supporting Trump. You are not.
The fact is that I senior you in everything. That's just the simplest truth.
Thank you, AY. Can I hold on? Let's go to Tony. Tony, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Sorry, we have to keep you here because of technical issues. Greetings, everybody, and those who are listening. Yeah, I think that there are 3 issues here now in United States that we're dealing with. One is the snowfall, snowstorm, and we hear one is still on the way now. And 2 is the ice storm, which is part of what we're discussing. And the 3rd one is the Trump storm, which is also what we have alluded to. All of them, each of them have implications, some affecting Nigerians, some affecting Americans, I think Trump has his hands full now because if you look at public opinion, he's in the negative territory. The promises that he made, some of them he has not kept apart from immigration. And that in itself is causing problems because ICE has been in the eyes of the storm because of the ways that they're carrying out their job, very unprofessional, which has resulted to the 2 deaths that we have and the protests that we have in Minnesota, for instance, and the ones that are also coming up. His hands are full. He's talking about Iran. He has not completely forgotten Nigeria. He just got off the Greenland issue with Europe. So it's his hands are full.
Canada too.
Canada, yeah. So his hands are full, and I don't know how he's going to navigate those issues. We think he's pursuing vendetta against those that he felt were against him or worked against him in his first term. So the Epstein thing that is also dealing with. So there's quite a lot that he's dealing with, and yet there's also the pressure, we mentioned here, the possibility of another shutdown. Democrats are trying to hold him to ransom using ICE and some other things as their reasoning. So it's for us here. It's a lot. Let me stop there. Since we talked about Nigeria in the first part of this program.
Okay, thank you. Let me see. Forefathers, are you here? Can you hear me? Forefathers. All right, he's still not able to. Amoy, welcome to the show. Moy, can you hear me? Chris Moy, can you hear me?
Oh, Dr. Damages, I didn't realize you were talking to me. You said Moy. Après moi.
That's the name. I don't know what. I don't speak French. I thought you were Kenyan. I was looking at your Kenyan. I wanted to speak Swahili to you, like Akuna Matata, Maisha Munzuri. I didn't know you. I didn't know who that was. How are you?
Fine. I'm fine. Well, a lot of things to discuss. I just want to say this. It is important to take note of this moment in time in history. A lot of moving parts, moving variables, and overlapping, realities that are connected to each other. But a lot of people are just taking one simplistic view. But yeah, I don't mind that because everybody will react to things the way they concern him. I just believe that these things that are happening are not random. It's a kind of an organized chaos. You must make the connection between the Epstein files, planned attack of Iran, the obvious collapse of the US dollar, and how gold is just rising and rising and rising. And of course, we cannot divulge our realities with what is happening around the world, and especially Nigeria too is at crossroads. Now, this is important because now we know that the coup attempt was real, and yesterday Niger was attacked. So a lot of things are actually happening. So for us as Black people, and I say this knowing that a lot of Black people are self-hating, are suffering from generational traumas that keep them looking at a white savior of some sort, feeling like you are going to be more American than American or more white than white. You're not going to get anywhere. This is the time to reawaken your consciousness and go back to the motherland, to your roots, and look at the world through the eyes of the realities of a black man, where he stands. And as far as racial justice is concerned, I am not concerned one bit about what is happening in the United States. That has been what has always been happening to the minorities, the black people. Now the whites are getting the taste of their medicine, and that is what happens with tyranny. When they come for the one who has the less power, you overlook it. Obviously it's something that will consume you. What they say, what goes around comes around. So let me just keep it here and then wait for the discussions to take shape. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Kenneth, you wanted to say something?
Yes, okay. Yes, actually, we always we are comfortable supporting what we feel comfortable in. They call it the comfort zone, right? Once it's something that will favor us, that is the agenda we push, without actually looking at the reality, facts, regardless of your position, right? I don't care if you are Democrat or Republicans. The fact is that the first lockdown was caused by the Democrats. They locked this country down because they were agitating for their selfish gain. And again, they are trying to lock the country down again because of their selfish gain. I know the annoying part is some of these things that they're agitating for would not favor any of you on this platform. No, nobody will benefit from it. It's just for their selfish interest and nothing more than that. Now, we have a president that is, going above and beyond to make sure that he feeds the economy of this country, provides security in this country, and even extended the provision of security to other countries, generally making peace in the world, calling for peace everywhere. Yet, we are not okay with that. We just clamor for people that don't even have our interests at heart. And I beg to ask, somebody asks, oh, what has Trump done? My question is, let's start from Obama. What has Obama done to fix this country? Are we talking about Biden, the sleeping man? What did he do to fix this country, to make sure that lives are better for the people? But we have Trump. Just before Trump assumed office, I bought gas for $4. But now I can comfortably drive out here and get my gas for $2.45. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But all I know is that the price of gas is cheaper for me today than it was when Biden was there, right? And it was cheaper for me when Trump was in his fourth term. You see the thing now. So whatever, you people know how to, twist things so that it will sound nice to the hearing of the gullibles, right? But for the people like us that have been liberated a long time ago, we will never fall victim of these Democrats. They are selfish, pathetic politicians that have our interest at heart. And somebody's talking about, oh, he cares less about what happened in the US. I care a lot more of what happened in the US than even I care about what happened in Nigeria, because I have interest here, right? And I have maybe a little interest in Nigeria, right? And that is why I must care about both countries. But I think the US stand on my first list. But the truth is, Democrats don't want this country to work. They just want to frustrate Trump to make sure that Trump administration fail. This was their agenda. This was what they did in his first term, and they are doing it again. And people are applauding these selfish politicians. It's okay. We are all going to suffer it. The country lockdown is not going to affect only me. But let's forget about selfishness. Let's forget about our hate for a fellow human being, because I know it's all about Trump, the hate about Trump, everything Trump. You can't hate your fellow human being to this extent. It's too much.
Before we move on. So, first of all, the first lockdown, the major issue were the health insurance. There are millions of America, over 20 million people that were on the affordable health care. I have friends that were on this insurance that were paid, for example, $200. By the time Trump refused to extend that insurance, this same person is paid over $1,000. So Americans are poor. Majority of America cannot afford it. I'm not benefiting from the health insurance. I have one of the best health insurance in America. I have health insurance, free health insurance in other country. I can travel to and get it. It's just that when you talk about gas, why are you talking about gas? Thankfully, a lot of us here, majority of us right now, we live in America. You go to the store, there is honey I used to buy from Costco for $30 plus. Now buying it for $90 plus. The cost of grocery is up. Me, I'm not even canvassing for myself. Sincerely, I'm canvassing for the poor people. People that are legal, living in America, students. I know students that were coming back to school. They did not allow them to enter America. I know one is in year 3 in underground. This is somebody that have paid school fee. Why are you denying them entrance into the country? I don't have issue. I can fly to any country I want to fly to. It doesn't matter. Like, this is not about me. This is about people that are suffering. I have people that are graduating in MBA class now. They can't even get OPT. They can't apply. People are suffering. You can't do that. Follow the law. At least stick to the law. When people defend this foolishness, I really call it foolishness. It seems that something is wrong. People that voted for Trump, they are now regretting, majority of them, even the Hispanic, all other race. When they were campaigning, during campaign, I was here, people like Comparable Fat was here, people like, what's that other friend in California? People like Kandu. Yeah, you know here when this man was president, Trump is not presidential until he get to a point where they will walk him out from White House. He's going to know America is serious. This is not how to govern a country. America is suffering. The poor. There is the worst part is this outlook where people think America is heaven. When you people are suffering, people cannot afford house rent in America. Why are you not focusing on them? Oh, to say this, the last point. Since Trump became president, Trump has increased his wealth by $1.4 billion. Fact check me. But the poor America are suffering. So it's only governing himself. It's only enriching himself and his family. It's not working for American people, period.
Know it today that student visa is a privilege. Hold on. Student visa is a privilege. It is not a right.
Self-awareness and class consciousness.
Let it be something that you know today. That student visa is not a right, but a privilege, and it can be revoked anytime the country wishes. So you saying that students were asked to go back. This is what the country wants to do. This is what the president, he wants to fix his country. You cannot come here as a student and you begin to mobilize other students for terrorism. You cannot. You either come here to study. If you want to be political, you go back to your country.
Okay, thank you.
It's very understandable. Call it what it is. You can't come here on a privileged visa and you want to constitute nuisance as a politician. No, you go back to your country and practice politics.
All right, thank you. We have to have, hold on, everybody. I want to welcome Comparable Facts because he has not said anything. Welcome to the show. And we have to have a structure very soon. Go ahead, Comparable Facts, welcome. I actually wanted to, the way I do my own show, this is Forefathers. I don't really know the format, but I wanted to get to hear from you guys first about, things and our topics and whether there is anything that we wanted to add or that is not there. It's always important to me because from that, I get to hear things I may not even know that happened during the week. So, but Comparable Facts, welcome.
Yeah, greeting everybody. Look, I'm not here to talk about America, okay, because the world is at crossroad right now. The whole dynamic that is, you have people, people like, still gravitating about what Obama and Biden. Obama and Biden is not in charge. We need to talk, it's about what's going on in America right now. You need to focus attention, okay? Don't be going backwards. It doesn't here, but I'm not here. I don't like talking about this. My main focus right now is about what's going on in Nigeria. So I wait when we are talking about Nigeria. We don't talk about that. So I don't have time for that.
All right. Thank you so much. So let's begin the conversation properly. And I think the first topic, the best way to start is to look at what happened with our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, when he went to Turkey. Let's see if we can get that video to play. All right. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in one of his travels to get foreign investors to come and invest in Nigeria, had that incident happen in Turkey, and Nigerians, the way we are, started making fun of that, and it became a big issue for many people. But beyond what happened to him, I want to get a view of people, a cross-section of people here about what they think about the frequent travels abroad. What has he brought back home, accomplished? Is he running away from something in Nigeria? I see Janaba here, I see Jide here. I will come to you guys. But let me hear from the only person in Nigeria, I think, on this panel. Apres moi. I can't pronounce. I don't speak French. I don't know what that means. But you go ahead. You are first. Tell us how is it playing where you are?
Well, first of all, I think what is at the forefront right now in Nigeria is the fact that we are now getting details about how the coup was planned, who were behind it, what initially they wanted to do, the timelines, the sequences. So that seems to me as something that is more poignant, more, something that has a direct impact to our lives. And the rest of you that are not in Nigeria, you obviously have family here. So it is important when these risks of things going haywire in this country, we take them seriously and we discuss them seriously and we try to deal with the situation as best as we can while navigating this uncharted waters of the political geopolitical realities of today. Now, two things are at the front burner: politics and this. Well, the narrative out there is that it's a northern coup, and majority of there's some form of poetic justice, in the sense that when the coup that happened during the first coup, termed the Igbo coup, this one is termed the northern coup. And it's said that it's the Fulani establishment that are trying to do it. Well, from examining it at a surface level, yeah, it may look like that. But when you go deeper, then you begin to see that, oh, these guys are more actually middle belt than they are actually the Fulani. Yeah, they are Muslims mostly, but their grievances, as the department DHQ is saying, is that they had grievances of no promotion, and then they were not posted to places that they think that they deserve, and that the army is not actually rewarding merits, and that there is too much political interference in decisions that happen within our military. And that is what at least they are putting out as the motivation for the coup. I don't personally believe that, because knowing what I know of how regimes are changed, I can see the fingerprints of other powers, Western or Eastern or even space powers, wherever they are, behind what is happening. And that is why it is important for us to not only deal with this decisively, but also to begin to think in our minds, to operate in a framework of anticipation of the real risks of destabilizing this country, and anticipating and beginning to anticipate mitigations. This will fall along different paths, but what essentially is we need to secure the country. We need to have an election that will be agreed by people, that yes, and bring back a sense of justice, fairness, and some form of accountability and transparency to really steady this ship. If not, there is just too many holes that the enemies of this country can take advantage of. And this is a very, very pivotal time in world history. I kid you not, if we are still alive in the next 2-3 years, all of us will say, yeah, this is what is happening now is significant. Now, Tinubu's travel to Turkiye is important because he didn't just come back empty-handed. He came back with Bayraktar drones, some radars, some technology transfer, and of course, the Turkish are trying to immerse themselves into this. We need the capacity. Let them come. Let our people learn from them. Let us build our own internal capacity, and then we can then begin to build from there. I think it's a good thing overall. But Tinubu has his hands full, and politics is just by the corner. He really has his hands full. But I'm praying for him, not for him as an individual, because I'm praying for him because of Nigeria. And I pray that God steadies his hands to push Nigeria forward to navigate these dangerous waters that we are. Because if you look at what is happening all over us, the United Arab Emirates, in connivance with the Zionist Israelis, are actually sponsoring 4 different wars right now in Africa. Some are closer to us, some are farther away from us, but it won't take long before postures change. I know that China and Russia are already sending their military maritime navies to go to South Africa and all that, and there is a lot of internal repositioning, because of how gold is just skyrocketing. A lot of people are getting leverage. People who are not supposed to get leverage are having leverage now because of these reserves. And what it means, we are seeing a lot of things happen now. Our military are really doing quite well, but we really need to do a much better job for the sake of our self-sovereignty. And another bad thing that has happened, that has gone under the carpet, is a lot of American investors have come in and they are investing in mass digital surveillance stuff. I think the Palantir subsidiary is here. They want to invest in some kind of, a lot of them are here, and I think it's one of the concessions that Tinubu has made. So as far as I'm concerned, I just want a best deal for Nigeria. So I don't like the Chinese, I don't like the Russians, I don't like the Americans. I just like my people, and I want my people to thrive and survive. So let's hope God help you.
All right, thank you so much. When next we come to you, I would like you to tell us the external hands you think were involved in the coup and how they played a role, because I really want to know, and the kind of punishment you think is appropriate for the plotters. Well, let's welcome Jide, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damage. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings to everyone listening. And I mean, everyone have spoken, everyone have expressed their opinion, and I respect everyone's opinion. First of all, I wanted to talk about the idea of regime change. With due respect, I don't think regime change sometimes comes abruptly, just through military coup. It can happen that way, but with the dynamic in the Nigerian political space, I do not think there could be any, at least because we know people that can do that. I mean, Uncle Sam can do that with his satellite states. They can do that, but there is no reason why I think they want to do that. Before they will even get to that point, there are other strategies they will have to implement. One of them is economic sanctions. The second is color revolution. None of them has been implemented. So I do not see any reason why they will want to take out their puppets and replace them with another puppet. I do not see any reason. Tinubu is serving all their interests right now. He has, like the previous speaker clearly stated, he has made some concessions to further violate Nigeria's sovereignty. Right now, Palantir and all these other companies, surveillance companies, are now in Nigeria. So if any Nigerian leader, quote unquote, serves the interest of the Nigerian people and begin real development of Nigeria, they don't even need to do anything. Those surveillance systems are there to carry out immediate instability in Lagos, right there, and complete chaos that can lead to what you just mentioned about regime change. So now Nigeria is now further exposed. I've talked about it in the previous show, how Nigeria being a vulnerable state at this point, it's now, they are now further anchoring their complete dominance towards Nigeria. And Tinubu, we need to understand that we live in a globalized capitalist system that has not changed. Even though it's declining, like some of that Canadian hypocrites that went to go and talk on WEF stated, is acknowledging that their system is declining. But they are still, we should not underestimate the level of dominance the capitalist system has over our country. And that system, it yields incompetent, irresponsible, criminal-loaded leaders. I don't even call them leaders, rulers. So Tinubu is not, apart from the fact that Tinubu is a product of the consciousness of Nigerian people, Tinubu himself is a product of that system. So that's the thing. Him going to Turkey is not surprising to me. For them pleading to collaborate with the United States, a country that historically, foundationally, a lot of the globalized terrorist networks that we have was orchestrated by this same country. UAE, Turkey, those countries, they've played a role in supporting moderate rebels that are part of the networks of Al-Qaeda. That's where he's going to go and seek help to fight terrorism. Well, I don't know. Even though you can call them lesser evil, but him going there and them supplying him with materials, kudos to him. Now we'll see where the results would yield. What I don't understand is he has not been able to form strong alliance with countries that are deliberately trying to fight terrorism. The countries in the Sahel states, he has not even thought about even forming alliance with those ones. Even countries that have been able to defeat terrorism, like Russia, that have had this history of fighting terrorism and defeat terrorism. He did not see that as an option. Instead, Nigeria as a state, our leaders, Tinubu, is going to countries that have been proven historically to support terrorism, like Turkey, like UAE, like Saudi Arabia. These countries historically, they've supported networks of Al-Qaeda. If you look at the history of this so-called Al-Qaeda, these countries, they play key role. Pakistan, UAE, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, these countries, they collaborated with the United States to form all these powerful networks of Al-Qaeda. I think it was the same previous speaker that was talking about UAE. UAE currently, they are funding the genocide of African people in Sudan, in so many parts of Africa, causing instability in Yemen, using terrorists. And now our irresponsible drug lord is going there to fight terrorism. You see, Nigeria is currently under bondage, and voting is not going to solve that problem because the system itself yields these leaders. No matter who we think is going to solve the problem, either it's Peter Obi, either it's Kwankwas, I don't even like naming names. All these guys, they are still the same products. They may look sane, and healthier than the current guy that is in power, but they are still the same people. The only way we can solve that problem is we need to look at class interest, and we need to fight for our own class interests, because they do not serve our class. They serve the class of the imperialists and their own class. We need to think about our own class interests as working class people in that country, because that's the only way we can easily move forward Because this system, it uses violence, it uses poverty, it uses terrorism. And the only way we can solve this problem is by defeating the system. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. Let me try again and see if Forefathers is able to hear us. Forefathers, can you hear us? Forefathers. All right, we'll continue until we are sure he can take over. Janaba, welcome to the show. People were looking for you in the first show that I had when we spoke to Frank. They were waiting for you to come, but welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me, and thank you, fellow panelists. It's been a while. I see my brother, Kene, consider him a brother. He's very brave. I do not agree with him in most ways, but he's a good guy. And all the other ones, of course, AY is my boy. He's always a good guy to me. His interest it may not be good for you, it's good for me, that's all. And Rudy, nice to see you. And forefathers interference. Why you so lately lay on forefathers interference? You are bigger than that, but then go choke him anyway. Yeah, so nice to see you guys. The rest of the guys, nice to see you. Um, I don't know why you mentioned that the president fell in Turkey. He fell on the inauguration day. So what is the difference between falling in Turkey? Is he gonna get better? This guy is getting older and knee and everything. And the word what baffles me, I said, the whole Nigeria, the giant of Africa, they dress our president like it's in casket. Get darker in skin. And no, he's a dark man, a very dark man. But I don't know why they did that to him. That's what baffles me. The falling, we are used to it, except we are just trying to pretend that we don't see him falling on the day they inaugurated him. So the falling is part of it. As of his age, you expect all of that. Let's have respect for his age. Even though we may disagree with him politically, we should know somebody in his 70s and 80s. Accident can happen, come down from bed, he'll be rushing to ER and all of that. So that is expected as of his age. So it's not something that we should mock him for. He should blame people like former governor of Lagos, the rest of them that his boy, he positions that carry out his legacy. They should package him well. Don't think anything is going to come out of Turkey, investment and all of that. If he stay in Nigeria, his wife should help him. And those that meant well and know, you may mean well, but you may not know too much. It's just like some of our brothers here who have so much grammar, but they're not that deep in thinking. They don't understand. They always speak English. Some of them say they want to help in this channel. How can you help this channel when you are between your TV and your chair? I don't understand how they come from UK to say they want to come and help this channel. And they don't speak to Igbo. Nobody even know them in their local area where they come from. The only thing that they have seen they have a good teeth. One of your brother have a very good teeth. That's the only thing that shine when it comes to the platform. Every other thing is dark around him. So as far as Nigeria and the coup issue that the young man talked about, I'm interested in it. He can call it Fulani stroke Hausa coup or whatever. But I want to see what is going to be the penalty, the consequences of it, just like as played out in the previous government when there is a coup take place and people that are involved are killed. So I want to see what happened to this. But I always believe that in serious note, that no election, no president, no candidate among these people will take us from where we are as in Nigeria. None of these people, except who are just being short-sighted or don't understand how the world works. But none of these people, when I feel so much ashamed of some of the people I have respect for when they mention some people's name that, oh, they will come, they this. No, none of this. They don't even have what it takes. I don't think they know better. If they know better, they will be speaking a different language and they will be talking things. Talk is cheap, but action is different. Anybody can come and say anything and speak any grammar. It's cheap. So I don't see all this. Franc Utoo will be Atiku. If that is the case, that is what we believe that these people will change. Let Tinubu continue to be a president until he die. So because these people have nothing, we are not serious. If we believe these people, our institutions are not functioning. All the institutions you have in Nigeria, none of them is functioning. Police, EFCC, DSS, custom, none is functioning. If you don't relate to them, so where are we going from here? I think we should wake up if we want to see a better country and save African nation or as a continent. So I'm getting old. I know they like to hear that. You can do like this, I'll hear that. But when you ring bell in my ear, it's like it's time for me to go and wee. So thank you so very much for having me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Janaba. I really want to get to people who have not said anything before we go back to the people that said things. Forefathers interference, Yanis.
Yes, sir. So again, my question: what are we complaining about?
We're talking about no, we're not complaining. We're talking about Nigeria, and there are so many issues playing out in Nigeria. The coup, the travels of President Tinubu. They say an incident in Abuja where the workers were chasing Wike, and then of course we will touch on the Anambra issue with Soludo separately. But go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, we if it's those, then I think regarding Tinubu, everybody has already said everything. You know, I don't think there's anything else for me to add to it. What I heard that actually brought me to the show was when I heard President Trump's biggest supporter, that Kenny, praising him, and that was what brought me on here, because I was like, what is he saying, you know? And I know I'm diverting from what you just told me.
We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. I didn't want us to start.
All right, so just pass me then, because there's nothing else I'll see on that.
What about the coup? You don't have anything to say about the coup, or you think?
Well, they haven't really told us anything yet, right? They really haven't said anything.
What didn't you know? What do you want to know that you didn't know?
Well, all I knew was that there were a bunch of Northerners, Muslims, like as Hassan said, that they were mainly from the Middle Belt, not even Fulani or Hausa. They were like Middle Belters. Well, we do know that at this time, we are supposing that they are primarily Muslim. I don't know too much about it. I haven't really heard anything about it. So, to be honest, I haven't even been paying too much mind to it. Because a lot of the news that comes out of there, I'll tell you, it's like third worldish. You know, the rest of the world is going into space and planning all these advancements, and we've always talking about coups and religion and tribe. And to be honest, all the president falling down, they are of no interest to me. I want to talk about something more advanced or digital things I pay attention to. So just skip me in. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Chim, welcome to the show.
Good day, Rudolph, and good day to everyone. I just want to talk about the coup and partly about Turkey. First of all, to the coup. First of all, let's not forget that there is a new modus operandi that the Nigerian state and government is adopting now. And that is, first of all, deny something, deny it strongly, then later on come and admit. This whole coup thing started last year, if you can recall. It's not something that happened this January. It happened since almost September, thereabout. I've listened to several other analyses, and It's funny now we're calling it middle belt. It's very funny. You know, when it's convenient, we deflect. So when elections come, people use the word the north, the north, the north, the north, the north. Now there is a horrible situation going on. The north has squeezed itself out and is saying it's middle belt that was planning coup. What a shame. And I wish this middle belt people would even look themselves in the mirror and realize how they are being played like yo-yos. A Nupe man is no longer a core northerner anymore. A Nupe man from Niger State is no longer a core northerner, or the one from Nasarawa State. He's now middle belt. But there are elders later on, when you want to play that middle belt concept, will say, no, there's nothing like middle belt. That geographically, there's nothing like middle belt when you look at geography. Anyway, they've taken it a step further now. They've added 2 Southerners to the coup, in case you don't know. It's said that a Southerner sponsored the coup. That Southerner used to be the Minister of State for Petroleum under Buhari. You go figure out who that person is. I won't mention his name. And they've added somebody from Ikwere land, but with the name Amadi into it. He was the media organizer of that coup. He's an actor. They've taken him. You see the way they are trying to shift this whole thing now from north to middle belt. Now they're trying to throw in, just to neutralize that whole thing that there was. There was further character in this coup, as a matter of fact. That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. But that tells you why the president is uncomfortable to sleep in his home. You can see why this man has itchy bum. His bum is very itchy. He can't sit down in Nigeria because the guy is afraid. He's afraid. He has taken he's like a little boy who took a hot fire but doesn't know how to manage it. So that's why today he's in Turkey, tomorrow he's in France. He cannot sit at home and deal with issues. When it comes to his fall, he's an old man. Old people fall down, but when it becomes a national issue for us, for those who are saying his fall is that here, it's a big deal. We don't want a president that is falling all over the place. Please, we have young people who can stand and do the job. Let the old man go and rest. It's not a sin to be old. You should go and rest. And then lastly, when it comes to exactly what he went to Turkey to do, I don't necessarily agree with Jide most of the times, but I'm happy he mentioned certain things that are clear. Turkey is an actor in the world notorious for sponsoring terrorism and Islamic agenda. And our president, who runs a country supposedly that's supposed to be a secular country, is hobnobbing with that country. And people are here telling me, oh, he went to bring drone. Which drone? You didn't find drone in the US. You didn't find drone in the UK. He didn't find drone in his tax master's land, France. It's drone that he's going to find in Anchor. Come on, let's get serious. When did Turkey suddenly become a major superpower when it comes to technology? That is where Nigeria has to go to. Are you kidding me? Listen, guys, I think if for those who don't see the damage that APC has done, APC has turned their presidential ticket to a ticket given to retirees. We gave one to the first retiree called Buhari. He's left. It didn't last long on that office. He passed away. They handed it the next one again to another retiree. So my APC apostles and those who support this government and this group of people, elites, are telling us that the only thing APC is good at doing is to hand over retirees to us. So Aso Rock has become a retirement center where people go to retire, and then we take care of their bills, go and take care of them wherever they want to go to. The first one was UK. Every day we're paying his hospital bills, throwing a lot of money. Plus the fact that we park our presidential jets, which nobody seems to see. For every day you park your presidential jets in a foreign land, you pay. Is it demurrage or whatever they call it? You pay for that plane to be there. We incur costs, and that's what our president is doing. The man all of you hate here, the one all of you don't want to hear, is busy trying to fix his country. However you interpret it, whether you like him or not, he's busy. He doesn't go anywhere. He's trying to fix his own country. But your own, that is a good man, is flying about every day, spending taxpayers' money and fixing nothing at the end of the day, creating multi-dimensional poverty across board, spreading poverty like a disease. and people will call me and tell me the man is doing well. We know the truth. I hope next year that Nigerians, you don't need to like someone, but just be reasonable enough to say, listen, I've had enough of horrible leadership. Let's try something different. But for as long as we keep playing all this ethnicity, religion rubbish, whatever you want to call it, language barrier and all those kinds, as long as we continue to do this, we will continue to see the poverty we keep spreading. Congratulations for those of you who are abroad. At least you've run away from it. But I know that a couple of people who come here to come and defend this nonsense are on the pay slip of people in government. They collect money to come here and be typing away. We know these things. Their lifestyle in the Western world is being funded by people in Nigeria. We know these things. Let's not pretend. But you come here and you be pushing rubbish. So, Rodolphe, I just think my own little view is that there's nothing good coming out of Turkey. The man just listened to his friends in the north who told him to switch to Turkey. And it didn't take long after they told him to switch to Turkey. He actually switched to Turkey. So we're not foolish. Lastly, please, if you permit me, on Soludo, why is it that our elites...
No, we have not started that. I want that topic to be separate.
All right, okay. I'll come back to that when you call it up. Thank you.
Okay. I know you wanted to speak, but that will be after I will let Pansat speak, and then you'll go. Pansat, welcome to the show. Oh, before Pansat, before you say anything, forefathers, are you there? Okay, no. All right, go ahead, Pansat. Oh, before Pansat, before you say anything, forefathers, are you there? All right, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
That means you can hear us.
Right.
We can hear you.
Now, let me greet you, Rudolph, and everybody who's on the panel, and those who are in the comment section. Nigeria, Ghanaians, and all Africans, and those you know your enemy.
All right.
So you can't afford good internet? Come off, Passat.
Pansat is
Go get fiber. Go get fiber, my friend.
He lives on a mountain somewhere.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you for giving me the time. See, somebody came up here and said that some people are taking advantage of the loopholes in Nigeria to cause mayhem. I want to know who those people are, because the only country that I know, countries that I know that are seriously taking advantage of the stupid old man that we have in Aso Rock who cannot think properly is France and Turkey. In November, 28th of November 2019, Arise News had one of the army chiefs who publicly stated that Turkey has been sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. Matter of fact, Turkey supplied weapons to Boko Haram terrorists in Nigeria. And then there was a report from CBN, is a news channel in US, I think, also accusing Turkey and France of terrorism in Middle East and part of Africa, especially Nigeria. Now, but today, Shim just took that from my mouth directly. We had Gumi advising the dummy in Aso Rock to seek support from Turkey, and that is exactly what he's doing. And the brown envelope media is lying to you guys that you went to seek investors. Which investor? What is Turkey going to invest in Nigeria? Turkey that imports almost everything from China. What do they have to invest in Nigeria? Nothing. The only thing that they can invest in Nigeria, take it from me, is terrorism and nothing less. Now, I don't know much about the involvement of UAE when it comes to terrorism in Sudan, but I'm very, very sure that UAE released the names of Boko Haram sponsors in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, the list was handed over to the then terrorists that we had as a president, Buhari, and nothing was done about it, because on that list you have the Fulani guys there. So, you know, the name just vanished. Now we have what do you call it? We're talking about his fall. Like Jonathan stated, we are used to him falling. Somebody that has no bones again. I'm not trying to mock him. That is old age. I wish I would be as old as he is, with my mental state intact. But he's suffering from combination of being mentally disturbed, and also now we have the generation of bone, which is something you get from old age. Is a good thing that you have to age, you know. But when you have somebody like that as a president, I wonder what you seek to gain from his administration, other than what you're having right now. I don't want to say that somebody is in control of Aso Rock, but I just know that in Aso Rock we have emptiness there. When it comes to presidency in Nigeria, the only thing that we have there are gangsters, which who are just hell-bent on making sure that they impoverish Nigerians, steal from Nigerians mindlessly. Just within, I don't know if I've said this here, but within 4 days, I had 2 debits in my account, about 3,500 and 500 plus, and they target federal government stamp duty. So every 3 days, you charge me 3,500 plus for stamp duty. I don't know what is going on in Nigeria, but all I know is that Nigeria is dead, and like I always say here, that the only way out, we can always converge here. We can always talk about the problems of Nigeria, how to fix it and all that. But one fundamental solution that we just have to key in, all of us, is to call for total disintegration of Nigeria. I think that is the only way forward, so that I will know that this territory is owned by my people. If I see any Malu coming down there, you have to explain who issued you visa, because we know the what they call it, immigration. There was a news last time that immigration were actually giving citizenship to these people coming from the Sahel, and today they are Nigerians, and these are the people causing mayhem. So, like I said earlier, total disintegration of Nigeria is the only solution. Bye-bye.
All right, Kenneth, thank you so much. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor, and greetings once again, everybody. I think these are not good times for Nigeria. I want to speak about 2 things. One, the coup, and the president's trip to Turkey. I think the first thing that is evident is that this government, the current government, has a truth deficit. You can't believe anything that comes out from the mouth of the government. Nothing. And I say this based on experience from the things that we have seen. Take the coup, for instance. The army spokesperson told us when it was rumored that there was a coup, that there wasn't a coup. And they tried to explain it in terms of people who failed exams and all that. But it was clear, because in the statement, if you go back to the statement itself that was issued contradicted itself. But we came to know later on now that there was a coup, 36 persons held, 33 of them from the north, 3 from the south, one from Yoruba land, from the southwest, and 2, one from Bayelsa, and then 1 from the southeast. So, and then all the details about where they come from, you know, Northerners and predominantly Muslims. The plan, again, from the grapevine, the plan was to execute this in October. First of all, I think it was during the Independence Day anniversary, so the president didn't come. That was the reason, because the news leaked, and the chief of defense intelligence is credited to be one who actually leaked it. And so whilst all the others were retired, he was left, and in fact promoted. And then later on, we also heard that another account says it was supposed to be on the 25th of October last year, and it was supposed to be bloody. All the heads, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 were to be eliminated. So it would have been bloody. If it did happen, I wonder what would have happened to Nigeria. If it succeeded, that perhaps would have led to another civil war. Now, the sponsors, civilian sponsor, according to them, Aso Rock was infiltrated, and they got basic information as to the operation in Aso Rock. And almost everyone from the military was involved. You have people from the Army, from the Navy, from the Air Force, even the police, and then civilian collaborators. But all said and done, the optics doesn't look good. I think the president, I feel bad for him, because that threat, I think, is still looming. We have facing, Nigeria today is facing both domestic and external threats. So, and the government, it doesn't seem to me that the government is handling it well, even in terms of its communication and the policies that we see coming out from Aso Rock. Well, quickly, let me just talk about the trip to to Turkey. First of all, everything was shrouded in secrecy. And the president went to UAE, from there went to Turkey. Apparently, for me, I don't think that he was going to shop for arms or for business. He had made some contacts with Paul Kagame, from what we hear, when he went to France or wherever he met him. And Kagame has some connection with Trump. Because the president had made all the efforts to meet with Trump, is failed through direct and indirect contacts. It hasn't worked. And then this move to Erdogan, for me, Erdogan is not in search of anything or to aid insurgency or to get arms. I think that it's seeking for a way for Erdogan's intervention to help him get access to Trump. Because the threat from America is real. We can't dismiss it. It's real. And somehow is like someone who is being held in the groin and is trying to extricate himself from that chokehold. So Nigeria has a problem. If you look at the problems now, Nigeria has exposed itself to all sorts, apart from insurgents who come and take territory, ungoverned places, extorting tax, just acting with impunity as if there's no government in Nigeria. We also have France there, we have US there, we have UAE, we have China, we have Turkey, all there, all of them for various different types of interests. And the government is incapable of having to deal with the threat that is coming from all these people. I think that Tinubu is old, because if you look at what somebody, brother-in-law, said about him years ago, then he was 87, according to him. By now, Tinubu should either be 89 or 90. And if you go, we have doctors who are in this platform. If you ask them, will tell you at that age, there are certain, infirmities that are associated with someone who, is in that age. And one of them is your stability. In terms of walking, you're not stable. Your ear, the membrane that balances this thing is getting weak. The bones are getting weak. So she would actually have a problem with the way he works. And if you look at that, if you look at him, I mean, we know of the public falls in Nigeria. We don't know what would have been happening in private if he had falls. But we also know that in most of the international engagements that he has, he will send the vice president, because I feel that there's a feeling that right there, there will be no person to help him or to aid him like we used to see. Someone stands behind him or holds him or is trying to direct him. That's the problem we see with Turkey. For a while, Erdogan was holding him and, propping him. It gives me the impression that something would have happened, or Erdogan had some information about his stability, and so was aiding and helping him. The moment the guy left him, that was when we saw the acrobatic display that we saw, which is unfortunate. I think like I agree with Jim that it has come to a stage where the president has to just take a bow and leave, because he has not done anything. He has not moved the needle. The country has gone down and is going down. And so all this noise about 2027 and those who are campaigning for him are just not being serious. They're not being truthful because the country has not moved forward. Okay, let me stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. We appreciate you. Stay humble. You're next.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, before I came up, I overheard someone saying that Donald Trump this, that, and then the Tinubu we love. Yeah, I can't remember who it was, sorry, that said that. I think it was Chim. Yeah, that said that Donald Trump, who we all hate, is doing so and so for the United States. Then Tinubu, who we love. Yeah, so I was startled a bit by that. Because he was giving me John Abba vibes a bit. I don't know who here hates Donald Trump and who here loves Tinubu. Even Jide and John Abba and Ewa, who usually give me this impression that they have a soft spot for Tinubu. And probably do not love him, just that they might not like Peter Obi. But coming to the main issues about Tinubu's visit to Turkey and the fallout from that, it's not a surprise really, because every action that Tinubu has taken gives me that deja vu experience feeling, because it's a script, really. It's a playbook. Everything is done. It's not different from what Obasanjo did. If you followed Nigeria's politics as religiously as I did during Obasanjo's era, you wouldn't be surprised a bit. This is the same thing. The same trying to buy the governors over, bringing the governors over to his party, the same travelogue 101, the same poverty, what do they call it again in politics? Using poverty as a political tool or whatever. The same Islamic posturing, giving them whatever they want so that he gets a second term. The same thing that happened during Obasanjo's time. Yeah, so I just think it's a playbook. Yeah, I don't know whether there's a playbook in Asura that whenever they come in, they just give them the book. Take, open chapter 1, and then on and on and on. Because there's no difference, really. It's the same thing over and over again. That, reinforces my disbelief in the Nigerian system, in the Nigerian project, which the British founded and are oiling. The guest, when he came in, I wanted to make a very, very bold statement, but you didn't give me time to do that, which you always do. You don't usually give me time to talk. Why? You always tell me that I'm the last person and I have a minute to talk. Why is it that happened? You're not giving me the encouragement, because when people see me here, when young people see me here, they're encouraged to also come in and contribute. But if you just chase me out like a piece of shit, then people will not be encouraged to come in here. So you should take a cue from that and try to give me more time to speak.
No, you have a point. You have a point about being able to speak more as a representative of the generation behind most of the people here. But you had enough time, especially when it's time for questions and we are running out of time. You have to care about other people who must also be given it some time to weigh. You spoke for a while. Go and check it again. You see that you spoke for a while.
Yeah, so I don't think there is anything new. The travel, the numerous travels, the political situation at home, governors defecting to APC, the strangulation and strangling of the opposition. Those are things that they borrowed from their predecessors, and they're trying to perpetuate those things. If we don't get it right the next time, the people that will succeed them will still reenact the same situation, and will come back here and continue to cry and weep for the so-called Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Thank you, stay humble. I hope I went through, everybody spoke. There are two aspects of this issue with the coup that we haven't talked about. One is that they lied at the beginning that there was no coup. Falana took them up on that they should apologize for claiming there was no coup. The other part of it, if I remember accurate, the other part of it is that, we've talked about the composition, which is something that people now go to, about who was planning the coup and what was going to happen. And I wanted to ask Pansat, because I saw him and I was thinking that would be a good question for him.
Did you listen to me at all? You said we didn't talk about that they lied. I said about it, and then Tony came back again now and repeated the same thing.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Not that nobody mentioned it, but I wanted us to, because when especially breaking news that are out of the ordinary, most of the time people will say that's not true. I know that one man on one of the shows we had came on and was taking issues with the idea that the tax law was tampered with. And now that we know that it wasn't tampered with, now that we know it was tampered with, I don't see people come back, especially people who criticize Sahara reporters for publishing that news, and then other people picked up the same story. Now that everything has changed, people are just relaxed. I wish I can go back to the videos and play it for people I know people were here shouting, that's not true.
You can. You have the capacity.
I don't have the time. No, that's the problem. The problem is time. We don't have the manpower to do that. But
they're giving them a pass.
No, but it's not that.
Do you believe that there was a coup being plotted against Tinubu? Because for Tinubu, I just think that the government is so weak that even the most poorly planned coup will just sweep them away, I think.
No, the other
I don't believe.
Okay, stay on board. Thank you. Well, the other part of it I just remembered now that I wanted to talk about was, so think about this. And why I didn't say it was that when I look at Trump, I just say, okay, maybe this is not applicable. But think about this. Somebody planned a coup to kill you. You found out. As a human being, you panic. Okay, I will panic. I will have to change my approach to things. You would think that they will now try to behave better, to make people who maybe people felt that they were not doing well. But there was no sign that any of them, the people marked for that they started behaving well. Babio is still behaving the same way. Tinubu is still behaving. There's no sign that but then I thought about Trump, there was an attempt to kill him, but he didn't change. Nothing changed with him. I said maybe that's what happens with people.
Yeah, there was no attempt to kill Trump.
Okay, all right, you can say that. Some people are saying there's no coup in Nigeria. Maybe 220 years from now we'll find out. But let me go back to Pulo. What were you expecting? Because when you spoke the last time, you talked about international connection. What story? What made you think there is this international connection to what happened? And you were saying that you don't have enough information to make decisions to decide on how to assess what happened. What information are you looking for? Additional information you're looking for?
Well, let me first say that a lot of the way in which we approach issues, especially on platforms like this, maybe I'm expecting too much. But we all look at things through ethnic and religious lenses. And the way Chim spoke, the way everybody is tagging Turkey, and this anti-Islamism, if you don't understand your fundamental realities, how can you even prescribe your problem for you to even suggest a solution? There is a saying, a common saying, that the average man doesn't know a lot. The average man does not know about most of the things that he chooses to speak of. So people just speak because they have been trained to. Well, I think we are all tainted. I can always say that that there is some level of bias, but at least be humble and mature enough to understand that. Is it Turkey that you guys are saying that they don't have any technology that they can sell to Nigeria? Like, really? So now you're an Islamic country, therefore you are just a persona non grata to interact. Do you guys really know how the world even works? You guys are staying abroad and you are interacting with the global community. The fundamentals of international politics and how it is like a jungle out there. It's the weak, only the strong survives. Like, that is how it is. Yes, there will be pleasantries when cameras are on and all that, but it's about leverage. What do you have to put on the table for you to negotiate and push your own country's interests further? Well, what I will say is that the world is at a crossroads, and unfortunately for us, and we are sitting on a lot of mineral, the things that are considered. So there's this recent discovery of bauxite. We have bauxite, and the quantity that we have is similar to which is available in DRC. And so the way the government is looking at this, not to, yes, like for example, that the saying that why did the government not tell the people as at that time? When you are carrying out investigations like that, and at that level, you want to do your due diligence, not to compromise sources. I don't know how to explain this, but these things require a lot of I don't fault the government in not releasing the full story as at that time. I think now they are at a better position to tell us what is happening. The thing is that all armed insurrection within Nigeria is happening with the backing of foreign entities. Now, this is just experimental probability. If all our history, this thing has been true, then why now that another violent attempt was in the process to take over government, that we will not think that they are foreign entities, and why the government is taking its time to know who. You have to know your enemy. If you don't know your enemy, how can you fight them? So all these officers that you are seeing, they are also pawns, right? You have to look at it at the bigger picture. So the government will not just just hastily take all these decisions. I think there are a lot of intricacies about that and all that. Now, bottom line is that Nigeria, unfortunately, is a battleground for resources, and Nigeria is fertile for harvesting, because the minds of the Nigerian people have been baked and primed to be divisive and unpatriotic and self-depreciating, and we are just primed for the taking. So ethnic undertones, religious undertones, even the way the Trump that a lot of sometimes I don't, the dissonance of a black person liking Trump, it's just I can't understand it, but maybe it's just me, maybe I'm the one that is not being not looking at the reality that I'm looking at and hearing what I'm hearing and seeing what I'm seeing. I take people not by what they say, but by their actions. And because of the pattern before, and then we can see what may be possible. Now, like Tinubu or not, he is the president of Nigeria, QED. And that man, I will not wish him bad. I wish him to succeed, because if Tinubu fails, we all fail. Talk is cheap. Everybody will come here and say whatever, but I'm very sure a lot of people that are saying this, if they were put in his shoe, they will not last a second. Just because you can speak an Oyibo language and you have some vocabulary and you are staying in Oyibo, you just come and say what you like. Well, Nigeria is Nigeria. It's a real country. And yeah, if you don't believe in Nigeria, there are us who believe in Nigeria and will stand and fight for it. So as much as there is despair and that there is a lot of pessimism, I will say that in the darkest of moments, no matter how dark the night goes, the sun is not far behind. Light will come out of the light will come out and the sun will shine again. So on Nigeria, inshallah, we will rise. Don't look at what our position is now and we are down. We are great people. We are great people and we will survive. I seriously believe that, and I have hope in the youths that I'm seeing right now who have a level of consciousness about an identity that is more solid and grounded around their realities, and that they love themselves. They don't love a white Oyibo something that they put, they love themselves. So I just encourage everybody that when you look in the mirror, just love that thing that you see, so that you will not come and be disgracing your forefathers. Thank you.
Or your northern leaders who stole billions of Nigeria's resources. Am I
the leader? Talk to me personally. I don't know them. I don't know them. Talk to me personally. If you don't talk to me personally, the thing that I will say to you, you will not like it. So if you want to
hold on, guys. See, that's why it's not good. We want to make sure we call people before they speak, so that there will be order. Otherwise, everybody will be speaking. Unfortunately, I didn't plan to host this second show. I really was waiting for forefathers to sort out his internet, but it looks like it's not happening. I want to hand it over to Chim, at least for 30 minutes. I have not eaten breakfast, believe me or not.
Are you coming back?
I'll come back because you don't want to. But if you can take it over till the end, you can do that. But if
the thing is that I want to express my own views. When I come in moderator, I don't express my views. I give my views.
So you should be sorry for me because I've not said anything about what I think.
You are Don Lemon and all those things. But I am not.
all right. Just start. I'll probably come back. But
Okay.
if forefathers cannot, but hold on. Let's see. Forefathers, can you hear me? Okay. All right, go ahead, Chim.
What are we following from?
No, finish up with this. If there is anybody who wants to any new idea.
My hand has been up though. I don't want to, I don't like unnecessary interjection.
Yeah. So
my hand is up.
Rudolph, before you go, let me just say something, being that I didn't say anything earlier. Despite everything and I'm sorry, AY and John Aber, despite everything that's going on and how there's a Nigerian bashing fest right now, there was actually good news on Friday. There was a new report on the real global GDP. The index came out, and surprisingly, Nigeria was number 6, the fastest growing GDPs in the world, number 6. So I think some of these things, despite everything else that is happening in the country, maybe we need to always bring up this good news and put it out there instead of pretending it's all doom and gloom.
There's a new government in office now.
All right, yeah, do your thing, baby. That's cool.
I'm the next to don't do PDP.
This government doesn't take
APC.
Okay, all right. So so where did we stop off? AY, I think you were the one supposed to lead ahead.
Yeah. Nice discussion so far, actually. What I'm gonna say, so the COPE team, right? So it is unfortunate that the government were unable to tell us the truth when this incident happened. I remember I was in Nigeria. I actually passed through the State House that period. It was militarized. Obviously, I knew something was going on. That was not the first time passing through there. So it was really, really militarized. I think that's part of the reason why sometimes the people don't trust the government. I think they need to change. They need to change. Whatever happened, let the people know. Take them to court. Let them face the law. So on the Turkey stuff we'll be discussing, to be honest, I feel Nigeria are very divided in their mind, even when we pretend not to. Those criticizing Turkey, those supporting the West. The president of Syria today, America put 10 million bounty on his head. But today, he's sitting and dining with the president of the United States in White House. It was 50 million, thank you. He was there last month. He will play basketball with the president. They had a lot of fun. There was a Congress member that accused the NGOs.
Sorry, anyway, can I just interject for a second and then you carry on?
Yeah, sure.
So I just question for you, then you can add that to your response. Are you suggesting that if the nation or a personality is fingered to be a terrorist sympathizer, that people should not call that out? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, let me finish. Yeah, I get it. So first of all, Turkey is actually a secular state. Turkey is not an Islamic country. It is a secular state. We need to know that first. The second thing, those that think Turkey don't have the technology, that's not true. Turkey they produce some of the best drones in the world. Most of that drone are used in the Russia and Ukraine war. I am not in support of the West, the Chinese, the Russia. I'm not in support of anybody. I'm in support of Nigeria leaders protecting Nigeria borders, protecting the Nigerians. If I'm in that position, if I can strike a deal with whoever that would be the interest of my country, I will do it. If it's Russia, if it's China, if it's Turkey, if it's America, whoever, what you need to focus on, nobody care about you really. Nobody care about your country. The truth is, Every nation, they protected their whole interest. So you have to protect the interests of your people. This is what our leaders don't do. All of them, like Mr. Jonaba said, you see our presidential candidate, even in 2023, they were all in that evil house called the Charon Arms in UK. What were they doing there? All of them were there. All of them were there. So that tells you a lot. Common New York mayor, ordinarily, historically, you want to be a New York mayor, you have to go to Israel to make pledge alliance. He's telling the people, he said, no, I need to work for my people. I'm not going to Israel. Israel is not part of New York. We need a president that will tell Nigeria, this is about my country. You don't go to Chatham House and talk nonsense over there. When you come to the country, you are not able to address the people. You are not able to give hope to the people.
Sorry for interjecting. Let me just make this point. Mamdani's case is a little bit different because he has.
Sorry, hello, no, we don't.
I'm just adding to his point. He has Jewish supporters, so that is something.
No, not be offended, please. I beg you. Let him finish. I'll call you. This is you're trying to take authority when you're not supposed to.
Then on the issue,
don't be angry. There is nothing. I'm not
angry. I'm not angry. I'm just telling you to follow the procedure. I'm not angry. But you're disturbing the show right now with what you're doing.
This hard.
You're disturbing the show with what you're doing.
I'm not disturbing. The person that was interjecting,
if I want to call you, then I'll call you.
Man, just calm down. Like it doesn't have to be
disturbing the show. Why don't you just relax and take authority? I don't get it.
Lastly, on the issue of president falling in Turkey, you see, president is of age, obviously. It's 72, whatever, it's not his real age. I think Nigeria, we need to start in one place. I'm not going to criticize president for falling. If he needs to use a walkie stick, let him do it. But what I think we should do, we need some kind of amendment in the country, constitutional amendment. Sincerely, I personally don't think anybody above 70 should be courtesy for president. But what you find is we don't stay in one place. Even those that are criticizing Tinubu today, if their favorite is 90, they will support him. This is the problem we're having, double standard. I personally don't believe anybody above 70. I mean, let the young ones deal with themselves. Go and play with your grandkids. You know, Buhari was there, he was sick for most part of his tenure, you know, and now we have Tinubu. The best thing Tinubu can do for us now is, after 4 years, I'm not contesting. Let's get younger people to contest that we feel. If I amend the electoral system, nothing was done. People don't have the confidence to come out and contest. We have some brilliant Nigeria. I strongly believe can move that country forward. But when you have a good electoral system, I think people will come out to give it a shot. You know, even if they have to solicit for funds from the people for campaign, they will do it. But what you have is the money bag that can ruling us. Thank you.
All right. So before I move to the next person, and I think that next person should be Jide or Jonaba. Which of you?
Or Jack himself.
Or Jack, I know when you enter. Don't worry, I'll come to you. I have you in my radar.
I think it's after John Haber. I'll talk.
Okay, so after John. So John, before you go ahead, just a quick correction. So we can express our views, but please let's respect the procedure. I'm not against anybody. That is why I wanted to speak before I became a moderator. Unfortunately, now I have to hold my own views because I don't want to express them. But I need to call out one thing. Turkey is not a secular state. Please, don't. It's not a secular state. Turkey is an Islamic state.
No, constitutional.
Hold on. You know that anything put up in the internet is not just somebody just fishing and dropping it. Turkey is, I can read that for you. Number one. Then two is visibly, their flag has a moon. That is not the symbol of a nation.
Turkey is a secular state, constitutional.
Okay, let me read it for you.
I don't know where you are reading from.
Arguments.
Okay.
Let me read it out for you.
I will read for you.
Okay, so look at
Team, Turkey is a secular state, bro. It's a secular state.
Hello, guys. Hello.
That's how secular it is.
April, I don't want to have to remove you. Turkey is not considered a secular country, but rather a curiously box-shaped or rectangular elongated nation, ranking as the 15th most rectangular country in the world. It is an Islamic state. It has Islamic tendencies.
Where are you reading it from?
Okay.
Wait. You just mentioned the shape of the country. What does that got to do with this constitution?
Secondly, you cannot bar anybody from contesting office because they are 90 years of age. However, it is upon the electorate to decide to say we do not want to be led by a 90-year-old person. If Nigerians decide that they want a 100-year-old person to lead them, then there are consequences for your ballot choices. So right now we have chosen whether we say he rigged, he ran with it, whatever it is, we would have to live by the outcome of having to allow a 90-year-old.
I agree with you on that, but on the issue of Turkey, for the public's sake,
we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. John, go ahead.
All right, when it's my turn, I will help you. Don't worry.
Let's be clear about two things in my own opinion. Officially, constitutionally, Turkey is a secular state, regardless of the flag, whatever appears on their flag. But then, that's not where I'm even going. The young man Hassan from my place of Borno State, I have concern when a young Nigerian, whether you're a Muslim or Christian, which I believe that we all inherited that from the Middle East, fight other religion of which other banner it is. It's a shame that of our age, being exposed to the geopolitics of the world, that is all this is our politics. It's unfortunate that, or fortunate, whichever home, if you are from a Christian home, most likely you'll be a Christian. And if you are from Islam, you'll be a Muslim. But the issue is that when issue pushed forward and then we started defending which religion is dominated, instead of our issue of Nigeria, what we are going through, that religion have to influence it, it become an issue, especially consider us as a secular nation as well, that our religion, and I know I'm not naive, that what we believe will influence us in our judgment and our school of thought. But then I don't think that as at this age, knowing what is going on in the world, that all we are going to defend is, so why do you mention Turkey? That Turkey is not, why did the president go to Turkey? Where Turkey have a technology of 24 or is being pushed there. All is unnecessary. It's about interest. And you can sway it to whatever you want to, because maybe it gives you a temporary joy. What of if he's dealing with Israel now? That's fine with you because it's a Islamic, it's a Christian nations. The sufferings of Nigerians, it's Nigerians that are suffering. I have had people who make a comment, even in my own house, that, the North are suffering now that Tinubu is in government. Does that solve anything? A father of a nation, did he really want anybody to suffer under his regime because it's a Yoruba? Igbo should suffer, or if it's a Yoruba, Hausa should suffer, or if you're a president and you're a Northerner, whether you're a Fulani or you're a Hausa man or a Nupe man, that Nigerians will suffer. That is too narrow-minded. Well, what we want to do is to make sure that we speak to issues that put our leaders to behave right, that our belief, whether we are Muslim or we are Christian, we're a human being first. Religion is a choice. And mostly you are is almost 99% decided, except to change. If you are born into a Muslim family, you will be a Muslim. If you are born into a Christian family, but then the humanity remains, and Nigeria as a nation remains as a people that we want development, we want infrastructure, we want fairness, we want equity and justice for all Nigerians and all human beings at large. So the notions that it's because you went to Turkey or why you talk, all those is unnecessary. It's if you find interest or somebody tell him to go there, or you think it's a northern leader that asked him to go there, I don't think so. I think he's a Muslim himself. And you cannot take it away from him that as a Muslim, it will influence his decisions. But that should be minor issue compared to the nation in his hand, that there are all diversity of people. I believe as a people that we should be a traditionalist. We should be a Nigerian. We should be a traditionalist. We should be a pagan. Nothing wrong with us being a pagan. It is all brainwashed that we believe that, anything we are demonized and we simply accept it. Somebody come and it's going to take us to heaven. Or somebody come and when we die, we're going to have how many virgin waiting for us? Which virgin waiting for you somewhere? When you are alive, you cannot experience it. When you die, everything already dead. I think influence should be more than power. When the man of influence die, he lives forever. Man of power die. It depends on how you use your power. Your power dies with you. So we should put all that and send a strong message. We're united Nigerians. We want a better leader for ourselves. A system that's 7 years old can lead, and 10 years and 90 years old man can lead. I will prefer a 90-year-old man to sit down because he may not have all the physical ability to go around to see most of his dream come true, to sit down and nurture his grand and great grandchildren. But if that is how he want to end his legacy, I don't have a problem with it if there is a system. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John, for that. Just a quick reminder. So Nigeria says it is a secular country. We live in very interesting times when the country is divided as a result of religion and some of those ethnic things. You would think that a sensitive leadership would say, because of what we're dealing with, certain places for now should be a no-go for me. Because you want to be sensitive to the other leanings in that country. We have a situation where, and there are listen, I don't want to be, I hate when, I hate all this comment about, I'm not racist or I'm not tribalistic. No. These things show up in the way you behave. It's not by what you say. But I will expect that if we had a president who knows that right now we're dealing with a Islamic issue, there is fear in the country that some people believe there's an agenda to Islamicize Nigeria. That person would design certain places. Nobody says Nigeria shouldn't go to Turkey, but there's certain places you will not go so that you don't fuel certain things happening. But I constantly say it here that the Nigerian government, not Tinubu, the way the Nigerian government is designed, even if Obi was the one sitting there, the DNA of the Nigerian governance structure is such that it fuels conspiracy. It causes anxiety in the minds of the citizens to always have this tendency to say something is happening somewhere. With all the killings going on, and they're saying is Islamic Jihad is doing it, there are some places you shouldn't be going too much this era. Sheikh Gumi says, go to Pakistan, go to Turkey. I mean, I'm not saying that's why he went there. Then suddenly you're going to that. What do you think the other people who feel that there's something going on, they'll say, aha, we said it. So I think sometimes when we come here, let's always, I'm not bashing Tinubu.
I think there's an echo. I think some people are not on mute.
Don't worry, I will mute them. Thank you, Jide. So I think that this is one thing we need to be sensitive to our fellow citizens. But we have leaders in Nigeria who, when they get into office, are not sensitive to people who are afraid of one thing or the other. You're supposed to be assuring them that, listen, all these things you're hearing is not true. But when you're not doing it, you fuel it. And that's what some people are saying. So anyway, that's just what I want to bring out. Recolonization is not your turn yet. It's Jide that needs to speak. After Jide, Jagun before we come to you. So I hope you understand that, sir. Go ahead, Jide.
But I've been here.
Nah, after Jide, it's me, bro.
I was just
now,
on the background now.
No, I just brought you in now. So it's Jide. After Jide,
Tim, can you mute this person who is,
I will. All right, Jide, go ahead.
Thank you, Chim.
Chim, after Jide, it's me. I'm last.
Okay, we'll get there. Jide, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chim, for having me. Greetings to you, greetings to everyone. Yeah, first of all, I was able to speak previously. For those that listen to me, I want to take something there's something I said and I want to take it back. Probably I said it, or probably just to mitigate just to avoid any form of misinformation. So Turkey did not directly support Al-Qaeda linked groups. I don't know if I mentioned it, but if I had mentioned it, I take that back. They supported the overthrow of Bashar al-Assad. They were part of NATO in the overthrow of Muammar Gaddafi. Now, they were able to do it in an indirect manner, but I don't want to go into the details. But they did not directly support Al-Qaeda linked groups. So I'll say that, and that's just for information's sake. Now, making my own position. First of all, Turkey is not an Islamic country like Iran. It is a secular country. It's not like Saudi Arabia. It's actually a secular country. They have multi-party system. They have a constitutional republic. Like, this is a fact. This is not even what we should even be arguing about. So having said that, I know I was talking about the same thing. So wherever he wants to go to solve the problem of terrorism, he should go to. If he goes to Turkey, I'm talking about the current president. If he goes to Turkey, time will tell if the geopolitical impacts on Nigeria as a state, time will tell what that impact would be. I, as a person, for my political knowledge, experience, understanding of the global system, how it works, I'm very skeptical about it. But in making that move, if it's a move of intent, I would encourage it. But still, I am still very skeptical. Because if you're not able to partner with your neighbors to fight an issue, you are going all the way to other countries. You've not even able to collaborate and partner with your neighbors that are also fighting the same issue. You are forming geopolitical tensions with them. For me, that doesn't sound like a president that is serious. That doesn't sound like a president that really wants to serve the interest of Nigeria. And also, it's a shame. You see, this thing is not just a Nigerian thing. It's a black thing. It's a black African thing. We've been so dehumanized to the point that sociopathic white imperialists will be the one humanizing us, that, there is genocide, Christian genocide. That will now give an incentive and put pressure on our governments to now make all these intentional moves. It's a big shame. So now, it's when Donald Trump now said that...
Sorry, Jide, can you repeat that again, please? Don't be offended. I want to get your context.
Yes, thank you, Chim. So what I'm saying is, I say shame, because it seems like a lot of the Nigerian government, but maybe it's just a general black African thing, we've been so dehumanized that it is the white imperialists that will come and say, there is a Christian genocide, that will now create pressure because of that to ensure that the leaders of those black African countries can now make intentional moves out of the pressure from the sociopathic white imperialists. That's the point I'm making. Because all these intentional moves by the drug baron that is running our country is based on the pressure. I think Tony also mentioned it. It is based on the pressure from the white imperialist sociopath that now wants to put the world on the brink of World War III with Iran. It's a big shame. You see, black Africans, we've been so dehumanized. We come to this somebody talk about religion, ethnicity, how it has fragmented us. Indeed, it has fragmented us. And I think those things, particularly religion, those Abrahamic religions, it do not make us to see ourselves, any humanity in ourselves, because they've told us that our ancestors were demonic. So what we do is we seek to compete with each other all the time. We compete with each other all the time. We are always seeking whiteness, We are always looking to integrate into whiteness. That is how an average Black African sees the world. That is the average goal of an average Black African. And that is why most African countries, particularly sub-Saharan African countries, they are useless. They are very useless, except countries like the Sahel states, except countries like Namibia. How many, apart from those countries, how many of those so-called sub-Saharan African countries have responsible leaders? Look at Ghana, look at Ivory Coast. These are useless leaders. You see, it's quite unfortunate. I've always said it, that if Nigeria is like Cuba, if Nigeria is like North Korea, I'm moving back to Nigeria. Because you know why I like those countries? They are willing to die for what they stand for, number one. Number two, they see the humanity within themselves. That's why today they are not willing to submit to a sociopathic white imperialist. They can never, because they see dignity in themselves. We do not see any dignity in ourselves. That's Donald Trump, that sociopath, that psychopath, that white imperialist, that pedophile can come and talk about white genocide. They come and talk about white Christian genocide. And our stupid president who carries his big head and go to different countries to go and seek help. That is when he knows he's going to go and seek help. It's a shame. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Why not go to North Korea first and see it?
Sorry, stay humble, please. Jide, so are you saying that let's take it for a fact that the allegation that Nigeria, or that there is a deliberate attempt at genocide against Christians or whatever you call them, let's say it's not correct. Would you say that a responsible government that has a grip of what it's doing will be juncating? Why would, for instance, you're running your home and you're doing the right thing, and somebody from outside now tells you something, and then because of that you're responding, or what's the word? Trying to showcase to the other person that what he's saying is wrong. Isn't it the feeling of leadership that we have to do this thing? Are you going to blame those who are putting pressure on you or yourself because you know you don't have a grip of the issues?
So the way I am seeing it is probably different from the way you are seeing it. The way I am seeing it is that we have an irresponsible government, and we all agree that we have a clearly irresponsible.
We don't all agree. No. Some people don't share.
Okay, that. But that's a fact. I don't want to go into talking about that. That's a fact. Whoever does not agree, that's the person's business. But the point I'm making is, the government of Nigeria, they do not serve our interests. They do not see us as human beings. They do not see the people of Nigeria as human beings. So if people of Nigerians are dying every day, apart from the Nigerian government, the people of Nigeria will go to work, live their normal life. People are dying every day in Nigeria. We talk about this on the show. How come it is when an imperialist country, a leader of an imperialist country can come and talk about white genocide, Christian genocide, even though it's false, it's clearly false. Because there's Christian, even if you don't talk about genocide, there's Christian genocide, there is Muslim genocide. That thing about Christian genocide and trying to create division, I'm not going to fall for that. That's a boogeyman narrative. But the point I'm making is that the pressure is driven from a superior country that they see as a superior power. Why is that? That's my question. Why can't they do the right thing ahead?
Okay. All right.
Because I want to say one more thing. Regardless of what Donald Trump says, Donald Trump creates narrative not just in Nigeria. He creates narratives for countries they do not like. But how do those countries respond? That's the question I will ask you. They still keep doing the right thing. And they keep talking about how the problem is orchestrated by the same people that create those narratives. That's how you will know that they see humanity within themselves, and we do not see any humanity within ourselves. Thank you. I'll stop there.
All right, thank you very much. So I speak the truth. I'm going to ask you to please let Jacko speak. He's just showing up at the show. Then I'll come back to you. I will take it from there, please. Jacko, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you very much. I've been listening. And a lot of people have found the show and the discussion pretty good. I listened to the first show with Dr. Damages and found the guest quite interesting, actually. But I'm not quite sure how to comment on some of these matters. I think some of the things that we're saying here are making things more intellectual than they need to be frank. I think we should all know about Turkey and what kind of country Turkey is. if we don't, again, it speaks of our reading or our lack of travel. If Nigeria was a country on the same level as Turkey, we would have a great country. We would have a great beginning. We have something to stand upon. I tell you that. Turkey is quite a robust country, given its geographical position between Asia and
Europe.
And they leverage to both and empower themselves, and they've got a very strong history, as we all know. So they're on the table. They're on the global table. I won't say Nigeria is. I would say Nigeria would like to be, should be. I think other nations would like Nigeria to be representative, but we're not. We don't. I think we always overplay where Nigeria is. And when we look at people like Tinubu and what he's doing in the world for Nigeria, it's not enough. It's not enough for the kind of country we're supposed to be. I sometimes wonder, after all these years, what are we expecting? I mean, some of these conversations that we have, I listen to them, and it's not that they're going round and round. I think we're speaking for speak's sake. We're not going anywhere with some of these conversations that we have, and I'm looking for somewhere to go. I still think or believe that I'm in my mind where Nigeria is and where I am with Nigeria. We don't have long to 2027 elections. We don't have long at all. And then this is the election year in so many ways. And to me, it's like, man, I'm going to have to repeat myself, and I'm going to like repeating myself, because even though I think we're kind of out of time for what I'm thinking to actually take place, we shouldn't have 2027 elections. I have to say it. And I'm not being archaic or a Confucianist. I'm saying that there's nothing that the 2027 election is going to give us that is different from the last God knows how many years. Nothing at all. Sometimes I looked in and saw Peter Obi in a different kind of light, how they were showing him. And they were speaking about, his growing power. And they were speaking about Tinubu maybe having to get rid of Shetima and have a Muslim Christian ticket this time around in order to appease. And they speak of, if that takes place, the North won't like it at all. A Muslim ticket is now the norm, as it were. And I'm just looking at the discussion levels that we're having about a country like Nigeria. We're speaking about Muslim ticket, for God's sake. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What about the best man for the job? Has that ever come into somebody's head? I mean, the way we do things, I dislike them greatly. I just can't see them working. I cannot see them working. And it depresses me. It depresses me when I listen to us and I listen to the media of Nigeria and what it is that we're actually grappling with. We're grappling with idiotic stuff. We really are. We're not grappling with any real issues that will change the face and the look of our nation and change the future of the thinking of our country. And these are the things that worry me. And I don't know how they worry other people. I really don't know. I'm listening to people, and it seems like what we've got to deal with doesn't worry anybody. We're happy just talking shop the whole time. We've got choices to make. I feel, especially as men, Nigerian men. I feel that I don't know about America. America may be quite different than England. Let me tell you this about what I believe about men in the African space and in the African European space. The women in Europe, the black women in Europe, are trouncing us. They are trouncing the men in terms of, no matter how you may be confused by women, in this country, the women of my generation, all are, the majority of them are professional women. The majority of them have good jobs. the majority of them own their own homes. And I say it like this because so many people in the UK are single, both men and women of my generation. They're single. They have their kids, you know, they have their thing, they've had a relationship, they've had dozens of relationships until they prefer to be on their own. So most women, black women I know, they're single. Most. Imagine I'm saying most.
Sorry, Jago. I'm trying to relate what you're saying to the conversation we're having. I'm lost. I'm just. I don't know if I speak
Okay.
for other people. I'm kind of lost.
All right. I beg your pardon. I think me too. I was kind of lost in the conversation that we were having. I'm being quite fundamental with time. It's 2026. We're coming to the end of January. 11 more months of this year. Things are going to go more or less the same as last year. We may have different kind of history to talk about in terms of the fractures that take place globally. But for us as Nigerians, we've got things that should be on our hands on a daily basis. And it's what's going to happen after 2027 if there's an election. These are questions that I believe that we need to be answering. What does leading beyond 2027 without an election? What does that space of time mean for us? If we were to take 2 years, let's say, or for average sake, to repair what Nigeria needs before entering into any kind of election. These are questions that I have. They relate, I believe, to what we're speaking about. But what we're speaking about is just news. It's news, and news is going to come out every single day, every week. We're going to talk about the news. And it's almost like we're being led by the news as opposed to leading the news, which is what we're supposed to be doing at this stage. I'll end it there and take my cue when I can come in again.
All right, thank you very much. So for this topic, I think the only two people who haven't said anything on this topic, or three, is I speak the truth. I speak the truth. You confuse me a lot. You change your identity, your name, so I'm not even sure what to call you sometimes. So I'm going to go to I speak the truth, then stay humble, and then we come to Tony, and then we change it and go to the final topic. I don't intend to stay here all day. I only chose to.
And what will the final topic be?
The final topic is on Soludo, but on this particular one, do you want to say something or you want to pass on?
No, I just want to, because I passed on twice already, and I think I just think there's more important things happening in the world that we need to be cognizant about.
Everybody has spoken on this topic.
Okay, she has spoken on this topic. Everyone. Have you spoken on this topic?
Everyone.
On this, no, I didn't speak on it because I passed twice. I just didn't have any interest. But
so
what I wanted to,
now, so that let's not.
I just want to say something completely different because this does not amuse me, and it doesn't ignite any fire.
We'll go to the next topic, and then if there's anything else we want to add, we add that as an agenda.
Yeah, because they spoke about the same thing: the president falling down, Turkey, and all of this. Like, it's the same thing. And
okay.
Well, so there's more happening in the world. You know, as we know, there's an armada heading to Iran right now. As we speak, there could be conflagration in the Middle East at any time. Anytime it could pop off.
You want to keep that? Let's do that after we finish the Soludo matter. Then we'll discuss that and then we close for the day. How does that sound?
I do think. Yeah.
Okay.
Can you, sorry, Chim, can you talk intensive or give us a view about what the Soludo is?
Yes, I intend to do that.
Yes, do that so we can have a understanding.
Because, you know, we got the Armada, we got the Epstein files. We have all these things that if it starts, it's going to impact the whole world. It's not just the Middle East or the United States. These things are going to affect the whole world. They hit Iran starts hitting bases all over.
We'll come to that. We'll deal with that.
You know what I mean? So all of this is just like.
Okay, I hear you. We'll come to that as a topic to end. So just a little tip on the Soludo issue. Unfortunately, I don't have the video here, so I can't share that. So we all know that in the Southeast, IPOB has consistently declared a sit at home every Monday. initially that concept was they wanted to show solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that every time he was supposed to go to court, whatever day that was, they declare a sit at home. Now, unfortunately, because the federal government of Nigeria, lack of good faith, did not deem it fit that that part of the country is under their control to put a stop to it in a responsible manner, they let those things go on for a long time. It's been going on for more than 2 years or 3 years right now. So it has become a tradition that every Monday in the Southeast, there is no business activity, all in solidarity with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now, whatever you feel or believe, doesn't matter. That's a loss of revenue in that part of the country. Now, gradually, that is no longer becoming a major issue. And then Soludo decided to go to the Onitsha main market and poked it. In my own view, I thought he should have just let this thing slide and then life will go back to normal, because it seemed like life was gradually coming back to normal. There wasn't any more force from IPOB insisting that people sit at home. Now he went and he threatened the Onitsha market traders that if they continued to comply with that, he would, actually I thought he said he would demolish the place. Then that has now given impetus to IPOB now to come out forcefully and to declare that they want to ensure that happens. In some quarters, people are saying that was irresponsible of him, that he should have just not delved into that matter at all. He's threatening he will demolish people's shops. He will shut down the market for as long as he wants. Why? Because people are afraid of IPOB. And now there are questions in some quarters to say that how responsive has he been as a government to secure the people? Now, individuals are protecting themselves. Everybody here knows that if you're a Nigerian, you're a government unto yourself. You provide water for yourself. You provide electricity for yourself. You provide security for yourself. You do a lot of things for yourself. In fact, if you're given the chance, you might even homeschool your children. So that is actually the story now. The question is Soludo right in poking this bear? Should he have not just let this thing just die a natural death? Why go and resuscitate a group that has literally been kind of quiet for a while now? Now he's given them a media opportunity to come back and to start making noise and to now start demanding that these things be kept. So that's actually what the conversation is supposed to be all about. So I guess, Tony, you want to lead the floor and start us in that conversation. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, let me say that the stay at home is not being observed by everyone in the Southeast. There are states where it doesn't. In Umuahia itself, I can tell you because I experienced that. There is no Mondays, people go about their business, and that's where Nnamdi Kanu comes from. Two, the other thing that I want to say is that.
Sorry, Tony, quick one before you continue, please. Please, for those who are saying bring Malam Hassan back, I didn't chase anybody away. I didn't even remove him. He exited by himself. So I just want to make that clear. I'm here not to stop anybody. I just wanted him to show decorum and you know, take the floor when he's called. He didn't want that, so he exited himself. So please, for those who are calling him, if you know how to reach him, you can reach him and let him know he can come back. Please, Tony, go ahead.
Okay. And then the second thing, I don't think that Nnamdi Kanu is in support of the stay at home. From what I know, I think he has spoken against it. So that's the second point. But to come to what the governor of Anambra State said, yes, the government, I listened to Mefo, the Commissioner for Information, and also the governor when he addressed the traders. And I heard him say, or both of them say, that Anambra State is losing 8 billion naira every week that the market is closed down. And so what he was looking at was the economic loss. That's what he focused on. Now, and I would think, I don't know the wisdom in his decision to close the market for 1 week. If you know that if the market is closed for 1 day in a week, you lose 8 billion naira. Now, if you close it for 1 week, you can times it and do the multiplication. I think it gets to about $57 billion. So who is he helping? So if that was a strategy to compel the people to open the markets, I think that was wrong. And as a professor of economics, I don't understand. I think that logic stands on his head, not on his leg. Two, I think that for me, what I think that she should have done was to appeal to the people, use the same strategy that OT used. And I hear in Enugu too, or some parts of Enugu, people, some parts of the states in the southeast, people go about their duty. Now, what Soludo didn't take into consideration is the fact that even if you compel, some people want to open, but they are afraid of the consequences, the security implication. Now, if someone who is traveling, for instance, if you say, okay, you are compelling everybody, which is wrong because this is a democracy, doesn't have that kind of right. And they can sue him for that. Because I can choose, it's my property, I can choose to, for any reason, not to open my shop. That's not an offense. There's nowhere you can find it in the Constitution that if I don't open a shop that I run, I have infringed. That's an infringement, no? I think that was overreaching of him to say that. That was dictatorial. I think that is wrong. Now, I'm wondering, why didn't he say this before the governorship election? If he knows what he's doing is right, he should have said it before the governorship election to see and so that he can feel the people's reaction. Because the impression people give who are in authority feel that I decide for you people what you should do. The people put you there, so the people hold the power, not you. You are just representing them. And so this has become the pattern of governance. That once you win, you think you are an overlord, you are a king. And our constitution doesn't specify that you are a governor, you are a king. No, it doesn't, you're a servant. But apart from that, supposing someone is traveling, and is traveling within Anambra State, can you guarantee security? If something happens, are you going to take the responsibility? He hasn't quite dealt with the security issue in Anambra State, because I think that should be his focus. And even if he wants the people, I don't justify the stay at home, let me say that. But even if you want to address the issue, wouldn't it have been proper to use an approach that is not belligerent, not that kind of approach where you can appeal to them. I would think that coming to that market, you will talk to them and let them see how much they're losing and feel their pulse, see what their problems are, and then deal with it, appeal to them. You have the radio, you can, talk to them in the radio, and gently people would, the thing was even already easing off. So when he did that, he just created another problem, which we see now. You see the demonstrations and so on all over the place. And the inspector, the commissioner of police said, I cannot go and drag people out of their houses and force them to open their shops. It's wrong. And then for him to now go ahead to say, if they don't open the shop, he will close it for another 2 weeks, or he will demolish the place. Let him try it. If his head is correct, let him try it and go and demolish the place because he's the governor. Because now they have elected him for second term. And then he thinks that he has that impunity, he can just behave anyhow. Let him go and try it and see what's going to happen. I said let me not say that because that won't be nice. But I think that as a professor, he should behave, more proper. There's the standard that we expect from him as the former governor of a central bank and as a professor, someone who's learned, who says that he's going to turn Anambra State into Dubai. He has just barely 4 years or less than 4 years to turn Anambra State into Dubai. We'll see how far it's going to go. because he hasn't done anything to show that he has the capability to do that, apart from attacking Obi and attacking people and just making mouth, So let me just stop there. That's what I feel. I think the approach was wrong. I think there are better ways that we would have done it. And I think even now it's not late. You should, have, the discipline, the decorum to say, I'm sorry, I goofed. I want to reconsider this thing, rather than grandstanding and doing all this rubbish that he's doing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Tony, for that. I speak the truth. Sorry, stay humble. I will come to you right away immediately, because I want us to quickly round up and then discuss the things that I speak the truth want us to talk about before we shut down for the day. So how do you see this whole new direction that Soludo is trying to take with the Onitsha main market? Do you think is it justified? Should it be shut down in any way, which way?
Again, I'll pass. I'll pass.
No, bro. I mean, I'll come to you on the next topic. That's what I said.
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
But then it should be me now.
No, it's why going this way, please don't be offended, John. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Go ahead and stay humble.
Yeah, I don't think you should be cajoled into rushing the topic. You just abruptly or prematurely ending the topic just because somebody here does not.
Don't worry about that. Just go ahead and make your contributions. Okay.
No. You can't tell me to go ahead and make my point, because this is also part of my point. You can't shut me down.
Nobody is shutting you down. I think you. Sorry, hold on, please. You are going off what is the point, and I'm saying forget about this. He was supposed to speak, and he said he wants to leave that issue till we come to the next one. Then I handed over the floor to you, so I'm not sure what you're going on about.
Okay, so I think regarding the Soludo issue, that the Nigerian system created the Soludo that we know today. Because when I look at or consider the Soludo of today and the Soludo that I knew when I was in secondary school or when he was in charge of the CBN, there is a stark difference, but the Nigerian system made Soludo. And before I talk about what's going on in Anambra, so I just want to give a little bit of context to, the man. Soludo was, a very brilliant guy. He was recommended to Obasanjo when Obasanjo was president, and Obasanjo made him his special advisor on economic matters. And within 1 year, when Obasanjo saw his brilliance, he immediately made him the CBN governor. And he was really, really professional. He transformed the banking sector. And if Nigeria was a real country that wanted to make progress, Soludo wouldn't even find himself near the corridors of power in Oka, because that's not even where he was going to. His trajectory was completely outside that place. So what happened to Soludo? They came together, conspired, and said, oh, this man is from the wrong nationality, is from the wrong ethnicity. He will not be given a second term, despite the fact that it was clear to Nigerians that this guy took our banking sector to places. So he did not get a second term. And then they say, oh, we can compensate you with Anambra State, just like they've always done. And that was how Soludo found himself trying to become the governor of Anambra State. He eventually succeeded. And here we are, talking about things that we should not even talk about. Now, you came to office. The first month he came to office, he declared that there was nothing like sit at home, which is fine, that people should go about their normal activities on Monday. That was his first month in office. And he did not provide the safety net. There was no security, nothing. And we all saw how that ended. It did not end well. And now we are talking about the same thing.
we are repeating the same thing. You have no right to close people's shops based on the fact that they did not open their shop. It's against you breaching their fundamental human rights. It's against the labor laws. You know, if you have a shop, you have the right to decide whether you open your shop or not. If you think that you're not able to open your shop due to security concerns, what I think the government should do is to address the security problems rather than forcing people to open their shops or just shutting down the market, you know, in such a military autocratic way. And now, when you look at what is happening, what has made Soludo to take this action? Do we have a political undertone to it? We might not know at the moment whether there is something happening in the background, but we'll still know with time. But what I know is that with the pressure that so many people are putting on him and stuff, I don't think the shutting down of the market will last. But the earlier they open the market for people to go about their normal businesses, the better for them. But we wish him the best. We wish the state the best. You know, I think that's all what I can say about him.
Sorry, a quick question for you before I go to, I think it's John and then to AY.
Yeah.
You said in your opening remark that he had a trajectory and that some people conspired somewhere to truncate that trajectory. I'm trying to understand what trajectory exactly did he have, and who, and then you said he did so well. The concept about doing so well or not doing so well is actually left for the Nigerians who bank and those who own bank accounts and people who own bank licenses. So what was it about his trajectory that was cut short, and who cut this trajectory short?
Okay, so in 2003, he was appointed the special advisor to Obasanjo on economic matters.
On seeds. That's what it used to be called. I'm trying to help you on seed.
So a year later, in 2004, he was appointed the CBN governor. And before he became the CBN governor, if you were banking in Nigeria before 2004, it was analog. It was analog. It was backwater. You know, it was so primitive. This man digitalized the banking sector, whether you believe it or not. You know, whether you want to believe it or not, but it's a fact. Capitalize the banks. You know, before Soludo became CBN governor, people would just come together. Two people will come together and open a bank. And before 2 months, they will shut the bank and carry people's money and run away. So this man made it that you will put your money in the bank, you know, in quotes. You know, the banks we have in Nigeria are not real banks in the real sense of banking. But that you put your money and at least know that you have put your money in a warehouse that is secure, because that's what our banking sector is, a warehouse. It's not, we are not doing real banking the way banking should be. You know, but he made our banking far better than he made it. So, and you know that, you know, that there is a clause for somebody to have a go at another tenure as CBN governor, which many Nigerians thought he would be given based on his performance.
Stay humble. It's not a political. It is not an elective office. You serve at the what?
Prerogative of the president.
Pleasure of the president. So whoever is the president so deemingly feels the pleasure not to give it to you, then they don't give it to you. They give it to someone else.
Chim, to add something, you cannot accuse President Obasanjo of being a tribalist. That's the president I know from.
No, Obasanjo appointed him, but he was inherited by Yar'Adua.
Yar'Adua, yeah.
Yeah, so
the point I'm trying to make is when you say he has the right to go for another, no, it is not the governor of.
No. That was not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
I said that that there was a provision, constitutionally for him to have a go at a second.
And I added at the pleasure of the president.
But that did not materialize. Because we know that when Yaradua came to office, we had this cabal.
Do you agree that it is at the pleasure of the president? Okay.
Yes. So they told him, look, we are not going to give you this, but we will compensate. I'm from Anambra State, right? So I know what has happened. We'll compensate you with so and so and so and so. And that was the beginning of his problem with P2B. Because the first public service lecture in Anambra State, when P2B was governor, Chukwuma Soludo was the special guest of honor in that. Okay, he was very, very close to P2B, very close to P2B. But when they said, okay, we will compensate you with Anambra State, that was the beginning of his problem with P2B till today. So if Nigeria was a proper country, Chukwuma Soludo would probably be somewhere at the World Bank, probably their so-called International Monetary Fund, etc. He should have been among the people shaping global economics. But now he's in Anambra State.
Okay.
Fighting this person.
Jim, I need to correct something, please.
Before you say that, Ewa, I'm going to come to you. Before you say that, just give me a second. I do not have anything against Charles Chukwuma Soludo. I don't have anything against. I actually believe in him. But you see, there's something about us as human beings. A lot of things would show your true character: money, wealth, political opportunity. If you go talk to people who have been close to him, you will find out that it's one thing to have been an intelligent economist, which he brought to bear in office as the central bank governor, and actually as being the first non-banking central bank governor of Nigeria. He was the first person not to have been anywhere near the banking institution or in banking sector, to have become the governor of the central bank. But nevertheless, if you discuss with people who know him, the guy has a very big ambition that, if you ask me, also has no bearing. Because when you said his trajectory, I want to compare him to someone like Akinwumi Adesina. Akinwumi Adesina was a minister, but you see where his trajectory has taken him to. He kept his focus and he's moved somewhere else. I think Soludo is one of those people who didn't believe he would get to where he got to in life. Trust me. And it's beginning to show up in the way he has even run the affairs of Anambra State and the way he plays his politics. These are people who did never believe they would get to where they are in life. And unfortunately, life became very kind to them. They got to where they were, and they've not exactly managed it very well. He's not been a very grateful person to people who have propped him up. I know people who have propped him up and what they say about him. If you've read, I know Nasir El-Rufai can be a character, but if you go read his accidental public servant, he mentioned Charles Soludo a lot in that book, and many of the things he said about Charles Soludo are playing out exactly as he said it. So what I'm just trying to say is, like I said, I have nothing against him. He's done well for himself, but I just think he's a thin god, like someone said. He's one of those who they've gotten to, prominence, and they are thinking that they are larger than life. And he's showing out in the way he's running the state, and it will show up in the way he will run any other thing that is given to him. So if he's listening to us, yes, he should know that is Charlie Wambafo. He's not exactly living to that nickname. That's a fact. So I'll leave it at that. And then I think AY quickly before we go to John.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, right? So I think we need to know, be careful the information we put out. Soludo contested the very first time he contested in 2010 was against Peter Obi, other PDP. So nobody promised Soludo and Anambra State governor. He contested the first time, other PDP moved to Abga, he contested, other primary was disqualified before he finally contested in 2021. So he really worked hard to get to that position where he is as a governor. In CBN, Soludo did excellently well. Nobody, I don't think any Nigerian can deny that. In my opinion, he did a fantastic job. That's why when it comes to Soludo and Dora Akuyere, I'm a big fan of these two people. So hopefully, I'm still praying for him. Hopefully, he's gonna give a number of people result. But I know there is a lot of sentiment playing out when it comes to the level of work, what he's doing in Anambra. I've listened to JJ Media. He said a lot of good stuff. The former spokesman of PDP, what's his name? He said a lot of good stuff about Soludo. But what I find this platform, because he has a lot of disagreement with Peter Obi, people tends to put him down a lot. Apart from CM is the only person I know that praise him, but I know they say it's from his local government. But in terms of capacity, I strongly believe Soludo have capacity. I will want to really see Soludo in even in the position of the president. I would be happy to see him. Soludo is brave. What he's doing in Anambra in terms of stopping the IPOB to allow people to go open up a shop on Monday, I'm in full support of him. But what I'm not in support of, I think he should provide security for these people, because he will not want these people to be by in the name of Oppo Store. Yeah, but he should have. He is the governor of the state. He's the governor of the state. The ball land on his table. They should allow him to do whatever he thinks is good for his state. I disagree with Mr. Tony on that point. People need to respect him, and hopefully he's able to achieve that. There is no need for sit at home. It's waste of resources. It's the poor people that are suffering it, not all the use of color of this world.
But AY,
let me finish this.
The question is this. You see, sometimes we give government and governors and presidents unnecessary passes. Your responsibility is to secure lives and property. Have you guaranteed that? So the man who is sitting at home is doing that because government has failed.
Yes, I agree with you. That is what I just mentioned, right? So I think if he must tell people to go to work on Monday, go to market, he should provide security for them. You know what I mean? But what I'm going to say in general, I think even the IPOB leadership, I know they are divided across board. They should have a rethink about this atrocity at home, because it's the poor people that are suffering. Soludo can decide to say he want to be taking toasted bread, eating toasted bread from UK every morning. He will do it. He will tell them from UK, bring toasted bread for me. They have the resources. It's not the old use of color of this world. It's not the politicians in the Southeast that are suffering it. They have these resources to do whatever they want to do. Is the people, the common people that are struggling to pay the school fees of their kids, that are suffering to pay rent, suffering to put food on their family's table. They are the people suffering. So it's something we really need to have a rethink. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, AY. John, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chim, once again for having me. Tell your brother Fansad that in his retired home, wherever he is, he used to have a better Wi-Fi or whatever he uses. He should improve it or move back to his village that has not been for the past 40 years.
Are you talking to me or talking to him?
I'm telling you, I say, tell your brother, maybe you have his local number, Pansat. Now, instead of him busy about testing about me, he should get a better Wi-Fi in the mountain when he retired to stay.
Why don't you go ahead? I live in the northern pole. Two of you live together in the same country.
Okay, Pansat, wherever you are, since your brother Chim is betraying you now, get a better Wi-Fi. Your retirement, you should have enough money to get that, and then you come online instead of going off and on like people in the UK. All right. Having said that, let's come to Soludo. In honest, I think Soludo is a world class. I like him as a person. If you have been following me, sometimes you don't like person because you guys have a good school or have the same school of thought. It's just maybe personality or the person's swagger, especially that he did not get along with Peter Obi, sweet my belly. So I like him as well for that. And I want him to stand his ground. Having the way he approaches this sit at home for me, he could have go on media. He have the capacity to talk to the people, even to the local people in Igbo language, in broken, in English, to say this is what we are losing. It is the reason why the government don't mind us, because they know it's we losing this. It's our economy. So please come back to the market. We will continue to negotiate on behalf of these people that you are loyal to make sure we establish the peace and the freedom that you are fighting for. But please let this come. It's not because of me. I can afford it. Not even come out for the next 1 month. I can still afford it. But please, it's not good for us. But not the threatened. Ordinary Igbo man cannot be threatened. Regardless, they have the self-pride. If you push them, you're not going to get away with it. And that is one thing you should applaud them for. So I think his approach, I don't like it that way, even though I like him as a person more than Peter Obi. I'll vote for him instead of voting for Peter Obi. Well, that is all about that, about Soludo way of threatening is going to demolish all of that. It's not going to go well with him. You know, many people don't like him, especially the obedient. So sometimes in politics and in real life, you play on the fine line because you are a governor. You do not supposed to have any political enemy again because you got what you want. And to preside over the people, it demand a good leadership. So to me, what he's doing or threatening, and he will not sit with ordinary Igbo man. Trust me, I know that for sure. So that's all I can say about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think that one thing I take away from what you said is his approach. Nobody is saying as government he shouldn't take decisive steps to curb the sit at home. But he could have, like you said, make people to see the loss. Sorry, someone.
Please mute yourself.
I don't know. People come in and you leave your microphone. Your microphone impacts the show. Every time we say this, people take offense. Mute yourself. When is your time to talk? Then you're mute. All right. So I think, like I said, your perspective is exactly what majority of the people are saying out there. That his methods and approach is what is going to create more problems. If somebody decides to pay for a shop and shut it and is still paying for that shop, it's not your business. The only time it will become your business as government is if you discover that that shop that is being shut is being used for some illegal activity. Then at that point, you can take action. But you cannot tell somebody, for someone who says, if the person is sick on the day you decide to come to check those who have opened their shop, so you will now penalize him for being sick. You know, so I think sometimes when people defend the indefensible, let's look in the mirror. There is nowhere, I don't see any government anywhere that goes around telling people to open their offices by force. You don't do that. As long as they pay their taxes, it's not your business. What you don't want to hear is, oh, I didn't pay my tax or pay whatever rate I'm supposed to pay to the revenue authorities because I didn't open the shop. Then it's not their business. Why didn't you open your shop? But to say somebody has to open his shop and if he doesn't open it, you will shut it. It borders on tyranny, you know. So anyways, Uncle Rudolph, I can see you in the background. Do you want to come back? I've been holding forth for this, you're stubborn people, so maybe you want to come back. Let me go and take the rest.
Sorry, guys. I just want to say thank you. You are doing a wonderful job. I will take my leave now, finish up the day. And tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we're going to discuss some of these topics with Professor Chede Odinkalo. I just had a talk with him, so all is set, and he will give us his perspective on some of these topics. But you're doing well, Jim. Finish up the day. Let me rest a little bit. Thank you. I appreciate all of you.
All right. Take care, Rudolph.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So I think, Jago, do you want to chime into this, or Jago, what are you saying? You're talking to yourself.
Hello.
You are muted.
Okay. Yes, you guys. Hi, guys. Yeah, I don't think I've got much to say to add to this excruciatingly boring subject. But it would be nice if we can possibly move on. But yeah.
Okay. We'll move on after the last two speakers here. If they tell.
All I would say, if I can, you see, because of my thinking as to no 2027, part of the economic blight that we have power to do through civil disobedience is not to work, to stay at home, as it were. And I feel that this present situation with a stay at home in the East or wherever, it's like a waste of strategy, because it's a very potent and powerful strategy. And I wouldn't like it to be thrown away in such a flippant fashion. I think that these things should be held for precise civil disobedience. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jago. I think I agree with you. Jefferson, welcome to the show. We want to quickly move on to the next thing. Do you have anything to chime in regards to the new directive by the Anambra State Governor?
All right, thank you. Good day, everyone. And I hope I'm not going to be rushed, because this is my first time speaking for the
We
show.
don't have the entire day, so if we need to rush you, we would rush you.
You guys hold the carrot and the stick, so you guys decide what you want to do, which is fine. Soludo is supposed to be an esteemed professor, but of recent, he has been his very credibility is being questioned because of the way he carries himself. I feel a renowned professor, a renowned intellectual that knows what he's doing should have some level of dignity in the way they carry themselves, the way they handle approach issues. I mean, if for one, he should learn from his colleague now, Alex, the way he handles issues in the state. He was, to me, I felt this issue of sit at home, he's trying to assert his authority to the fellow Anambra citizens that, oh, you have to do it this way. You must do it the way I want you to do it. I don't care what you think. This is affecting us, But unfortunately, even the police officer made him to understand that, look, you cannot force people to come out. You can't force people. You know how embarrassing it is, right? If the governor is giving a directive, a police officer who knows the law is actually saying that, look, you are not supposed to do it X, Y, Z. You see, you can't. It's just basic common sense. The issue of sit at home is it that the people doing sit at home don't know what to do with their time? It happened because there are issues in the nation which cannot be ignored. You see, everybody is now talking about productivity. When people are trying to be productive in every sector, in every part of the country, some part of the other country is finding a way to discredit their contributions. We see that every day. You see, a nation cannot sustain itself in mediocrity, and that's facts. You can't sustain a nation in mediocrity and make it look like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense in my own perspective. As far as I'm concerned, he behaved highly mature on that issue alone. And I don't know what he's going to, how he wants to spin it off in the maybe next week and thereabout. He might because at the end of the day, the basic reason why all this is happening is because we all know that Nnamdi Kanu is being locked up and all of that. So that's just why all these things happen in the first place.
Okay, thank you.
Things be done differently, yes. We are hoping that in the future things are done differently. Look, it is just a simple logic. And for those who also feel that, oh, sitting at home is a waste of time, people don't know what they are doing, it's the same people that feel that people should be grateful. That we, some Nigerians are not grateful for the platform being given to them, that they don't know how to give back. Meanwhile, unfortunately, which is the fact, and I'm not going to say this with any mixture of words, the people of the Southeast have been giving back to the country. So when they say, okay, look into this issue, it's being turned into hate speech, it's being turned into something else. But unfortunately, in the Nigeria of today, we are seeing how things are being twisted, where people can kill you at will, do whatever they like to you, and not even contribute positively into nation building, but yet they get a pass because of where they came from. But yet people who are contributing, who even go and risk their life to stay in every part of the country, to add value in terms of in all sectors, and yet still get killed. Yet they cannot have a say. They cannot have a say to say, okay, let's do things differently. When they want to go and protest, they will say, oh, they cannot protest. Of course, for fear of killing and because of how things are, they took another approach and say, okay, let us sit at home, at least to get the attention of the government officials who are ruling the people that are concerned. But yet, of course, it's being misunderstood, because there's a saying that the people who wear the shoe know where it fits and know where it hurts the person. So when you don't know how to wear a shoe, you don't know where it hurts. You are in no position to tell somebody how the other person feels. And it never works in any way. I rest my case.
All right, thank you, Jefferson. We need to go forward. So, Dexter, do you have anything to say before I come to Ify? I want us to quickly round off this topic. And then KJ will have something to say, I'm sure. So, yeah, go ahead, Dexter.
Thank you, KJ. Good evening, good morning, or good afternoon, everybody. First of all, one of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is that, unfortunately, truth is lacking in Nigeria, and it affects all of us. We are, as Nigerians, we are trained not to be objectively truthful on things, and we can see it. We can see it when people are speaking. That is the way we are trained. We are just trained not to be objectively truthful. Somebody says that it is the poor people that are suffering from the sit at home. Who are the people selling in the market? Is it the rich people selling in the market? Let us be, you see, the country can progress if common men like me and you cannot be objectively truthful. No country will make progress when the common man can't be objectively truthful. That's why I agree with what Amechi said. The day the common man realizes that the power is in his hand, the politicians will change. But because the politicians know that we, the common men, are so subjective, we cannot be objective about the truth. So when the truth stares us in the face, we find a way to twist it for one narrative that at the end it will not benefit you. Today, and I give a typical example, the guy that came to speak in the afternoon, there was a time we were killing people from another tribe. His people joined. They thought they were the beneficiaries. Now the thing has reached them. They are crying. Yes, that is what happens when you cannot be objective about the truth. Just say the truth and leave it as it is. Whoever's ox is God. So look, the people selling in the market are not slaves to the governor. They can decide not to go to shop for 1 month. You don't don't go and tell them, oh, I will not. No. There's a generation in Nigeria that their mindset has been militarized, that they think that leading people is that the people are their subjects. No. Soludo was elected by those people. So you cannot come and tell them, I will close this place for 1 week. Who gave him the right? And it is very sad that you have Nigerians who are living in crimes that they will not allow this to happen. They will be talking and be supporting it. It just baffles me. Like they need to do a re-education of people. People need to be re-educated so that we can know what we are demanding for. You know, we can't be bringing subject. I prefer him. Who cares about who you prefer? Who cares? Nobody cares about that. We're talking about governance. Deliver good governance. So it pains me when I say us here, we cannot be objective about the truth. Nigeria has no hope. If we cannot sit down and say, this is black, look at what is happening in River State. They are stealing people's money and people are coming to join them and be parading themselves around. The people's money that they are stolen, they are using it to, and those people, when they are sick, they will go to the health center, there will be no drugs, no doctors, no nurses. The same people that are impoverishing them are telling them, come and join us and do parade. For what? Because they are jobless. So some people that have a job have decided that, look, in protest, I will not go to work on Monday. They are not saying they should, come, you will advance them for, do they need your money? They tell you that there is the rich people that are selling in the market. Let us look, when we come here, we should just be objective about the truth, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We'll stop exactly at the point I was about stopping you. Ify, welcome to the show. I hope your video and your audio is good today so that we can hear you very well.
Let's try, Chim.
Okay, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Very well.
Chim, stop insulting me now. Why are you going to tell everybody about my business? Anyway, good evening, everybody. My brothers, good evening, Uncle KJ. I've still not forgiven you anyway. So let me say a little bit about Soludo. And I just got back from Nigeria in December. And when you listen to some of the things people say, I just shake my head. The truth of the matter is that if you want to know a governor who is doing well, go and ask an ordinary masses, ordinary human being on the street, and they will tell you the truth. You can't just say because of what somebody said on social media that the person is doing well. Go and ask an ordinary person, hawking pepper, pushing barrel. Ask them, and they will be honest with you. Let me say this. I think we tend to forget. Africa or Nigeria is the only country where if a governor builds roads, a road that will last for 2 years, at most 2 years, another governor will come in power and do the same road. Another governor will come. It's just a recycling of the same thing over and over again. We will clap, yay, he's doing something. So the question you're gonna ask yourself, is that road up to par compared to the road we have in abroad, in diaspora? Of course, no. Go and look at it. Oh, he built bridges and he built flyover. Are you kidding me? What does that solve in the States? I don't get it. Go and look at, there is no job, unemployment. My friend is a teacher. She teaches at DMJS Onitsha. She's not making up to 70,000 naira. And she's been teaching for how long? What are you people talking about? And then you expect the person to tell you, what is the cost of a bag of rice? The only savior she has, she always tells me, thank God the house we are living in is our own house built by her father-in-law. So she's not paying rent. And then she has her side business. I mean, what are you guys talking about? Soludo is doing this. Go to, what is it called? MCC. It's an eyesore. When I say MCC, it is an eyesore. It is an eyesore. We're not even talking about electricity. Electricity, they said, if you pay, depending on your area. I don't know if any of you saw what the power minister said today. And these are the people you have in power. Did anybody hear what he said.
Tell us, what did he say? Tell us what they said. The investors are coming.
He said because the reason why we don't have constant power is because we pay a cheap tariff. We are not paying enough.
Yes, and then we are consuming. He's bothered about our
We will turn our refrigerator on and go to work, and then come back in the evening. You leave this on. I didn't listen to it starting from the beginning. I just like, oh my God, oh my God. And this is somebody who is running to become a governor. And this is somebody who built a mansion in his own town, but doesn't have a job. Tell me how a civil servant was able to build that kind of house. And my friend, who is a civil servant, cannot build house. I mean, come on, make it make sense for me. So when you people come here and say that, no, this governor is working. I didn't go to bed yesterday until I think 2:05 a.m. I'm just waking up. I spoke to another friend of mine they have a school, the same MCC. And she said to me, if everybody's afraid to open up, we won't ask the parents to bring their kids to school. We teachers will go to school so that if anything starts happening, we will all run. That Soludo threatened them that if you don't open your school, they're going to revoke your license. What kind of Arab nonsense is that? And somebody tell me that Soludo is what? Is that not a threat? What is the difference between Soludo and ordinary MC Olum? There is no difference. The only difference is that he went to school. But I don't even see the effect of that school. If you're going to threaten ordinary citizens just because you have power, the people going to main market, though they are asking, are you going to provide security? But he doesn't want to promise them that because of the money he's going to pay to the cost of providing security. But you want these people to go risk their lives. And if anything happens to them, you will just condole with the family and move on as if nothing happened. You think they don't want to go to work? Do you think they don't want to go and trade? They want to do all that. But they are asking you, are you going to provide security? Even up to telling them that even if you are pregnant, even if you go to Omogo, your shop needs to be open. Even if somebody died and you people go to funeral, your shops must be open. But that's not the rule they have in the main market. If somebody dies on your line and you people have to go for funeral, the whole shops will be closed. Are you kidding me? How did we get here? And you guys want me to clap for Soludo that he's building the roads. I rode on that. I saw the roads and I kept asking my brother, is it the road? My brother said, my sister, we're going to manage. This one is better than nothing. This one is better than nothing. I mean, what do you want him to say? Of course, it's better than nothing. But when he leaves, another person will come on and do the same road. And let me tell you, people, stop praising these people. Stop praising them. You know why you should stop praising them? Because the money they have stolen or the money that they will steal will be more than the money that they used to even fix the road for you people. So why you people come here and praise them? Tell them to give us account how much they have stolen. Do you think these people go into politics to do something for you? They go there to steal. Look at the coward that you call a power minister. Look at him, but he's trying to be a governor. He cannot even provide electricity. You have seen what he's going to do when he becomes a governor. And you're still telling me that somebody will wake up to say that he wants to run as a governor and people will vote for him. My people, shine your eyes. But anyway, what am I even talking about? Ibori, that just got back from London, is contesting to be a senator in Delta State. And guess what? Don't be surprised he's going to win. My people, come on.
I think you're just jealous. You're a very jealous person.
It's okay. It's okay. I am jealous. Yes, I will admit that I am jealous. But I am comfortable in my house. I mean, nobody's threatening me. The governor of Georgia is not telling me that he's going to take away my license or do anything if I don't go to work. No. They don't even make noise. Even when they're campaigning, they don't use infrastructure as the point of campaign. They're talking about bringing investors, foreign affairs, healthcare. That is the most important thing. You can't even talk about healthcare in Nigeria. Look at what happened in Ekiti State. Did you see how much they budgeted for healthcare in Ekiti State? I think it was 64 or 68 million. Okay, did you see how much they budgeted for refreshment for fixing the furniture and other stuff, 100 and 200 and something million. This is my country. And people will clap for him.
Oh, sorry, are you allergic to enjoyment?
I am enjoying where I am. I want the people
So
back.
you don't want them to enjoy. That's the point I'm making. You must be allergic to enjoyment.
Yes, Jim, that you are in Canada, pack your stuff and move back to Nigeria. You know, my thing, honestly speaking, I hate when people come here and say, let's commend him for the work he's doing. Which work is the person doing? And so people will say, Ojo, excuse me, Chin, what's his name? Somebody, Ojo, what's his name? The guy in charge of passport and all that stuff.
The Minister for Internal Affairs.
Thank you. Oh, that he's doing such a fantastic job. I said, he's not. He's not. If I still have to pay bribe to have my passport, then he's not. I said, here, I got my passport under 3 weeks. And if you want to get it sooner, you pay extra $60-something. I don't have to bribe anybody. What are you people talking about? How much has he stolen? Let him come and tell us, all of them, including Wike. Look at Wike threatening Fubara. If you don't open the stadium, we will do this. And people are clapping. And people are clapping for him. And the masses, we have given these politicians wings, and there is nothing, you can do as an ordinary citizen. Peter Aka has been pushing for electoral reform, even though I don't believe in that electoral reform, because that's not the problem. Like Oje Chido Dinkalo, yay, I love him. I'll be so glad to see him tomorrow. Said, Tinubu doesn't need electoral reform, doesn't need Nigerian the votes to win election. All he needs is INEC and judiciary, and case closed. So whether electoral reforms or not, Tinubu, all he needs, once or less Nigerians come out in mass, come out in numbers to overpower these people. If not, Tinubu is going to win the second election, not by merit, but by rigging, just like the first one. Like all it, right. It is what it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, but I think you're too jealous of these people and they're having fun. That's why you're talking. KJ, welcome to the show. You will be the last person to speak on this, and then we go to something else.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jim, for hosting the show. I think you beat me to it. Unfortunately, I'm still preparing. I still go to come because there are many charlatans in Igbo land that have decided to take over our communities and talking rubbish. And you see, anytime that you see an Igbo man who is being celebrated by the northern, elements, please go read between the lines. These are puppets that are dancing to the tune of their puppet masters from the northern oligarchies. They are the ones who make those charlatans kind of, you have been told in the insecurity going on in the south, in Anambra State, you have not been able to deal with it. Who you can deal with is traders who are in their markets. Market that you didn't build. Okay? Market that you didn't build. These guys have been there only God knows how long. And now you come and you are threatening the people. There's an Igbo adage that says that a one person does not break kernel for a crowd. So have we come to a point now where one person breaks kernel for the crowd? Okay, so for those who are shouting and saying what Soludo has done is good, I want to ask a question. The traders who do not come to market on Mondays, did they remove the taxes they pay? Did they struck out Monday? Did they pay, if they're supposed to pay 100 naira, did they say, because I didn't come to work we don't open market on Monday, so we're going to be paying 90 naira? Is there anything like that? The answer is no. They are still paying their full tax. So whichever way you look at it, it doesn't have anything to do with government, except that you want to please some people who have been telling you to go out and try to bring some kind of chaos back into the East so that they can have opportunity to continuously to eliminate young men in that region. Two, if you say that you are acting in the interest of the governance of Anambra State, and you say you people lose 8.1 billion every Monday, but you've closed it down for 7-8 days now going, how much will it be there? Is that economically, as an economist, are you are you making any gain, or rather, losing? And if they didn't come back on Monday and you close for another 2 weeks, please tell me, people who have been speaking, what's the economic sense in that? Does that help anybody? The answer is no. Secondly, you didn't say to the people, I am afraid. I hear that people are afraid because in the first place, you know that IPOB have issued the statement many times that they're not responsible. They called off sit-at-home many months ago. I myself called my relatives. I said, why do people sit at home? They said it's not anybody who has called them to sit at home. They chose as their own part of the commitment to the struggle that Nnamdi Kanu is going through to sit at home. Why is it that it is Anambra State where traders are not going to market on Monday? When you were, there's a video trending when he was campaigning, and there was some disturbances. It was on Monday. He stopped talking and was looking to see whether he will run. But you are asking the ordinary person who does not have any form of security, who you also know that the people who are perpetuating this evil, they are not people of the ethnic stock in Anambra State. You want them to come and sacrifice themselves at the shop. Question: have you ever bothered to find out the people who are still carrying out this order? Since you are government, you have all the apparatus of security on your table. Have you ever found out who are the people still trying to perpetuate this evil? And if you thought that, okay, people are deliberately doing it, what are the incentives you are giving? Are you going to send armor tanks to be guarding the markets and making sure that people are safe? That's the only way to, first of all, bring about stability. You have now said the schools are the next, so you are going to also close the schools. And if the schools, if you close them, then the next time you stop taxi drivers because the taxis are not also on the road. What are we doing? You see, I used to love UNN until I realized that Soludo is a graduate of UNN. What is wrong? Did he not go to school? I mean, how did we get here? This guy is even worse than Okezie Ikpeazu, who is the worst governor in the East. Okay, and people are coming to celebrate Nigeria. And anybody who is celebrating to Soludo, most times are not Igbos. Go and find out. Or they are the ones who are dancing to their puppet masters. We know the people working in Alibo. We know them. Yeah, much as we may hate Peter Mba, which I don't like him anyway, because he's still dancing to the same thing. But he's doing some work. You can see Enugu looks totally different. Okay? And then you come to Soludo, a professor who used to be a central bank governor. You would think that the man will give us some form of good governance. Mba. Is it just to now? This is the same person who was. Look, I don't want to talk about this. We need to have a special program. So
Thank you very much.
We need to get down to the root.
For another topic. So I don't intend to. It's not my intention to cut you short that way, but we actually need to move.
No, it's okay. I just want to let you know that no Igbo man will celebrate Soludo. You don't. Let me even tell you. In the Igbo custom, you know that yourself. You can't change market. You can't destroy it. If you do that, eventually along the way, you will know what you do. It's either now or later. So why we say you just for 4 years you have to become more than even though be of Wanja, you're a bread passer. Now what's wrong with you? If you get to the place where I'm supposed to speak on behalf of the people of the East, you don't. Then when you come back, your power now among your kingsmen. Now is that how people behave? Did we hear that we kill anybody for his king or for his community? Anyway, let me leave it there.
Chim, can I just say one thing? Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
When Professor Charles Soludo is an economist, right? He said that closing down on Mondays, sit at home, that Anambra people loses about billions of dollars. Then I want to understand the rationale for him to close the market for 1 week. What's the rationale? If you claim that you're losing so many billions just for 1 day, so imagine how much you're gonna lose for 7 days. So who is losing? Is it the traders or the government? I mean, I just don't understand. Again, when you say people are educated, you just look at them. Is it educated physically or educated or intellectual here? I'm so disappointed with this man. I thought, like KJ said, I thought I was rooting for him. that he's gonna do well. But you see, these 4 years coming, this second tenor, you're gonna see the good side of him, not even the ugly side of him. You people gonna see Shege Promas. Everybody get ready.
Thank you, Ify. So, Golden Mind, welcome to the show. We're planning to move to something else, but you want to wait on that, or you want to comment on this one? This one. Okay, I'm going to give you 2 minutes, please, so that we can move on. Go ahead.
Hello. I need 2 hours because others have taken a long time. I was watching, but I couldn't, take it anymore. The reason I came is because as an Anambra man, I needed to add my 2 cents, having full knowledge of what is going on in Anambra State. I just came back.
Quickly, before you go on, sir, if he is an Anambra woman, just so you know.
The way she's sounding, it does appear to me that she stopped in Lagos. She didn't go to Anambra. That's what I'm thinking. Because it seems we are talking in general terms, that we don't know enough about what's going on in Anambra State. Now, let me tell you something. A lot of us don't like Soludo as a person because of his antecedents in terms of the way he's been speaking. But even his worst enemies will tell you that he is, in terms of providing infrastructure, that he is the best Anambra has got since 1999. That's just the truth. Yep, that's the truth.
What was the last time going home?
If you don't interrupt him, please don't interrupt him. Please.
Yes.
So, Golden Mind, I hope every assertion you're going to make with respect to this infrastructure, you have the receipts to show us.
I said, oh dear, you don't need to. Like I said, I am a core Anambra man. I go 2 times every year. I just came back on the 9th of January.
Okay, go ahead.
If you come to Anambra and see what's going on in terms of especially roads, you can't help but agree that despite the fact that we don't like him, that he has done marvelously well. And I don't think that any governor will be come close to Soludo in terms of the revolution that's going on in Anambra State. Now, coming to the sit at home, the question we ask ourselves is, one, in the first place, how did sit at home start in the first place? How did it start? Now, Soludo has been there for 4 years plus, and before he came, the sit at home was happening. Every governor tried everything. The peaceful way, persuasion, everything, it failed. Now, it's a tussle for power, nothing more. Tussle between the government of Anambra State and non-state actors. So the question is, for how long will Anambra State government continue to fold their arms and watch non-state actors dictate what's going to happen in Anambra State? So why is it? Is it the non-state actors that are going to decide whether we'll have a 4-day week for schools, for students? That has been going on for the past 5 years. 4 days in a week. And we're taking WAEC, we're taking all these exams, 4 days. Don't you think that other states have advantage? In a month, we lose 4 days. Other states have 5 days. And we're preparing for the same WAEC, the same examinations. At some point, it has got to stop. So the governor has done everything that he could in terms of persuasion, had meetings, had everything. And let me tell you something. A lot of Anambra people are happy about what is going on because sit at home at some point has to stop. It had to go. His threat is just a way of ending this. It might be unpalatable to some people. People are giving excuses why this is happening, why, it's security. It's not security.
So, Golden Mind, question for you, then you continue from there. So, who provides security for citizens? Who?
Well, the government.
Okay, so
and mind you, primarily the responsibility of providing security the way we have it in our constitution is the federal government.
Okay,
the governor is the chief security officer of the state.
Okay,
right?
I hear you on that. I'm just saying the market traders, the traders are citizens.
Yes.
They don't control security, they don't provide security for themselves. Now, do you think that any mindful, you and I are Igbo men, do you think there's any Igbo man that passes opportunity to go and make money?
clean opportunity to go make money, you will pass it off.
Well, yes, we have come to realize this wasn't possible like 10 years ago. But
hold on the normal circumstance, will any
Oh.
average woman pass off the opportunity to go and make money?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Oh no!
All right. So
Now.
I'm going somewhere. I'm going to give you the floor. Don't worry. So these people want to go and make money. I want to bring it denominated to just simple making money. So there's an opportunity. There's a market being provided. They pay taxes in that market. They own stalls. Those who don't own it outrightly are paying rent to whoever owns the stall. You have your goods in there. And then a non-state actor, very happy you put it that way. A non-state actor says everybody sit at home. The government didn't do anything in the first year. It didn't do anything in the second year. The government hasn't stood up to say, anybody who is law-abiding, go about your business. If we see a non-state actor stop you from doing your legitimate business, we will rein them in. You didn't do that. Now you've turned around on the people who are at the mercy of the non-state actors, and you're telling those people that if they don't show up in their business centers because of the fear of non-state actors, you will crumble their businesses. Please, can you explain that to me and to those who, those of us who are not making sense?
Right. So it started as a security issue, and for the past 2 years, if you ask a typical Anambra person now who doesn't go to work or shop on Mondays, is now a day of rest. That's what they call it now, a day of rest. On Sunday we go to church. On Monday we just go and do some other thing we gotta do. It's no longer a security issue. Like I told you, I came from Anambra. And for the first time in a long time, there was no security hitch anywhere in Anambra State. None whatsoever. So this issue that is not security as we speak now. It is not. That's just the situation. People have just decided that we are going to have a 4-day work week in Anambra State. That's what's going on, right? I'm not underestimating the impact of security. Yes, there are people who are scared. But for most part, people are not going to work, not because they're going to be killed. Well, insecurity happens everywhere. But I'm telling you that in the main market itself, we were just told that we have 150 security personnel in the market. They're supposed to be operating. If you go to Anambra, you have security everywhere. We have the Agudnet chamber and all kinds of security everywhere. Is it going to be perfect? No. And it is in Onitsha, we have the military base right there that can provide security. And by the way, somebody said that Anambra State owns, is the main market is the property of the Anambra State government.
No, but I'm not contesting the effort to, get people to go back to work, their businesses. I'm not contesting that. What I'm saying is, to what extent has the government shown responsibility? When I mean this, I'm not even just hinging it only on the Anambra State government. I'm saying those who call themselves government and take responsibility for providing security. Have you assured these people who are powerless that, listen, when you go back to your businesses, we will make sure no non-state actor is able to come in there and do anything? Have you assured them of this?
Come
before
on.
asking them to go on and do this?
Come on, you think he didn't do it in 4 years? Come on. Come
He
on.
didn't do it.
This has
No,
happened
he
many
hasn't
times.
done that because I talked to
Many
the people back
times.
home yesterday.
Many
He
times.
hasn't.
Come on. Soludo is not that dumb. He's not that dumb. How can you tell people to go to market without thinking of security? He's done that so many times. And he says so himself. And people get testimonies that he had met with them so many times, but the fear, they said they were afraid. Many times. Right?
Sorry, Chim.
For me,
let me ask you a question, Oga.
Yes.
Hold on. Is there no right of the trust? So now, you're
breaking.
KJ, your audio is bad. Do you want to go out and come in? I don't know if that's the problem. Speak, let's hear you. If it's still bad, I'll let you know. KJ, go ahead. Can you hear me, KJ? Can you hear me, KJ? Okay, so Oga Golden Mind, can you, in the next, I'll give you 2 minutes round off so that OT can speak.
Okay, so the point is this: everybody's blaming Soludo, everybody's blaming people who have caused Anambra people to be sitting at home every Monday. And by the way, this happens only in Onitsha. When you go to Oka, everybody shows up on Monday, every Monday. It's just in Onitsha. So the question is, are people only afraid in Onitsha? Every other place, if you go around Anambra on Mondays, everywhere is open except the main market. So something, like I said, had to happen at some point. We could not have continued that like this. It was impossible, practically. Something had to happen. A lot of people were not going to like it, but it has happened. And that's the way to go. This has to stop.
Okay, let's hear what some Anambrarians have started coming in. I don't know if we're going to stop this topic at all. I see Okija here, and I see Oti is not from Anambra State, but Oti has a perspective to give. So,
hold in mind, Nnewi, Nkwo Market, Nnewi doesn't trade on Monday.
Stopped at Lagos. You do go to Anambra.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm from Anambra, as a matter of fact.
Go ahead.
I'm from
Are you from Anambra State?
Yes, I'm from Orumba South.
Okay.
Sorry, I think Golden Man has made a, I'm off us with him. He's the only person that knows what he's talking about on this subject.
All right, okay.
Now, first of all, the government has power, okay? Overarching power to maintain law and order, okay? Now you ask yourself, sitting at home, what does that mean? What is it achieving? Okay, you may not like Soludo, and I mean, I don't approve everything he does, okay? But at least when it comes to this, well, he may have gone about it the wrong way. And that's if we assume that perhaps he didn't make proper consultation, with the leaders of the market. But as a government, he has a duty, okay? And I don't know why anybody can, assume that the government is not taking, the security of the people seriously. The government has not done what is necessary. Perhaps not. I mean, security can never have a perfect security, but that duty to maintain law and order is the government's primary responsibility. And in terms of closing the market, I mean, it's a threat. The government has the power to do that, okay, as part of its responsibility. I don't know, people really condemn and say, who is he to do this? Come on, he's the governor, right? So he has a duty to the state and to the inhabitants of the state. So I don't know why, people can really understand, I mean, this agitation about this. Why should Soludo do this? You may not like him, but let's kind of be objective and think about things really put things in the proper context.
Sorry,
these people that
way around. Unfortunately, our government is democratic. Sorry,
excuse me, let me finish.
I have to interrupt you because.
Okay, yeah. What's your question? What don't you agree with?
Jefferson, let's not do that. Let's not do that. Let him finish. If you have any point, I'll give you the time. Jefferson, let's not do this. Let him finish. Let him make his point. Let's have decorum. When he's done speaking, you would have time to please go ahead.
Now, so now the question is this. So what is the point of the sit at home? Now, if the people that are engaging in it think they're doing something for either for themselves or for someone else, what is it productive? What is the outcome? How is it profitable for anybody? If they want to, it's like they're shooting themselves in the feet, and then you expect the government to allow this to carry on. Up to what point? I mean, what is the end of it? Okay, if they wanna, I don't know, they're supporting IPOB or whoever they wanna support, they can do it in a place where it really has impact, where it makes sense. If they want to have a sit at home, okay, then
can I just throw in a question for you? Then you can summarize it in the final analysis. So here's my point. These people pay taxes to the government, right? Mm-hmm. My thinking is the way our tax system works back home is you pay your rates monthly. They go every month, you pay whatever it is that is due in terms of revenue or whatever you pay to So have these people, by shutting their shops, stopped making those payments to the government?
Okay.
Have they stopped doing that?
Okay.
Now that's one. Then the other one, please.
Okay.
Assuming there is an actual terror act in that marketplace, is Soludo guaranteeing he will address it? Because nobody,
Okay,
you guys just
let
say,
me answer the question. Okay,
you're not addressing the questions, the concerns of the
see,
people.
let me see. Okay, first of all, the first question is this. Okay, it nothing to do with payment of tax. Okay,
No, but he says revenue. He's mentioning revenue
no,
loss.
no, it's okay. He may mention that, but I'm just telling you the way I understand the role of government. Okay, governance, law and order. Okay, and smooth running of the affairs of the state. Right. So, and the market today is just one aspect. Okay, so the government, as I said, has a duty. Whether they're paying tax, that's a different consideration altogether. That shouldn't be, for me, the primary consideration in this when it comes to this. Look, the issue is this: for a state, the proper administration of law and order and governance, and then a people, for some reason, in a kind of an invisible force, because that's the way I look at it. No, look, we're having a sit at home, and ask yourself, what's the point of it, and who is instituting this? Who is having this kind of alternative government? Why should we allow that to continue? Right? What is the point of it? Who is it helping? These are the critical questions. If they want to have the traders, if they want to have a sit at home, I mean, they can organize it nationwide, so it will have an impact. It will be meaningful. But as it is happening, it's kind of haphazard. It is not helping anybody. It should be stopped. By effective government action. You may not like it, but that is what government is there for, right? Now, the other question about I think the other question is okay. Look, so something can happen on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday. Are you with me? As I said, there's no government guarantees perfect, absolute security. Let's be sensible and objective. Okay, let's be grown up about these things. You may not like Soludo, but on this one, perhaps the way he's gone about it, if he has not properly consulted, you may fault him on that. But in terms of the action, government action, effective, it may be unpleasant. But that is what government is there for. You need to sometimes you may take actions against people, in other words, that may not like, but it is in their own interest. Okay, so in this case, the traders that are sitting at home are actually harming themselves. They're not helping themselves. They're harming the economy of the state, and the government has a role, has a duty to step in and take an action. That's what has happened here. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, thank you.
As I said, maybe the manner, okay, you may not like it. We may criticize him for that, but the action itself is quite defensible. It's quite justifiable.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to move on to some other person. Just Okija, I'm coming to you. But just before I hand the mic over to you, I think a lot of us are getting besides ourselves. Nobody is saying government should not. Actually, people are questioning the fact that government has abnegated its responsibility for a long time.
They are not living up to the application.
Jefferson, I'm going to remove you. I'm going to remove you, Jefferson.
Don't worry, it's okay. It's okay.
So government has negated its responsibility for a long time. And then you say you want to come and solve the problem. And then you're pitching the solution against the same people you want to solve the problem. First of all, solve the problem. Show people a clear-cut direction that you are ensuring security. That is the concern of the average man. You haven't done that.
No, faulty logic. The logic is faulty.
No, your logic is what?
It doesn't make sense.
No, your logic is what? Because listen, you cannot tell somebody who is under threat.
By whom? Who are they afraid of?
Let's have let's have a civil conversation. I'm not here to argue with anybody. You can't tell somebody who says, I feel threatened. And you're telling the person, go to the place where the terror person says he will come and meet you. When you haven't shown him a clear evidence, you will protect him. That is what I'm hearing the average person on the street saying. So don't worry, Goldman, I'll still come back to you. We've decided to turn it to another Ambra show today. I'm okay with that. Okija, welcome to the show.
Dalono, well done, everybody. Can you hear me?
Perfectly well.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, good day, everyone, wherever you are. First of all, I have to start so that you know my feeling about Soludo and what happened. I mean, I think Soludo is one of the worst governor of Anambra State in terms of political civility. You know, he took the position, he put it to the mud. You know, that's Soludo, based on the where he's coming from and the person he is. So, but I will not say, I will not make a comment without saying what he has done to Anambra, because, yeah, to be honest with you, Soludo infrastructure he has built, roads, he built, so a lot of things, took some old project, completed them, that's good, but what he has done in Anambra State, he just focus on the infrastructure. Anambra State has, in terms of security, in terms of, wealth, poverty, increase in Anambra State. Education has gone down, so unlike Peter Obi's integrated development, Soludo just focus on infrastructure, it's building things, and our people, they're happy, because I tried to campaign against Soludo, from different Anambra group, and they shut me down and say he's doing well, and I kept telling them about the way he's reducing the politics in Anambra, the way abusing people, people like they're just politics, that's politics. But so they like him, even though in some project, he will stay, like Ochanja roundabout. He stayed there for like about 2 years, building one roundabout, and they open roundabout. I mean, roundabout, they have to open roundabout. Some people were clapping. So that's and his political gamemanship. There was someone that was elected on another platform. I think it was in Labour Party. He said he would not work with him because he was not his party. So the thing, even though his constituency, the guy's constituency voted for Soludo for governor, he said he would not give them anything due to them because their representative, came from another party. He said that. So that's the kind of person he is. So I don't know, Anambra process, they have to make I told them they have to make a determination. Where do you draw the line? Well, you have a governor who's building infrastructure, but making you people, have an enmity in Anambra State, like civility gone in the politics. So you have to make that determination. But anyway, I keep telling them that he promised so many things that Anambra will become like Dubai. Since Soludo came in, the closest thing between Anambra and Dubai is that Anambra has 3A when you spell it. Dubai has 1A. Taiwan, just 2A. Anambra has 3A. So nothing has changed infrastructure to show that Anambra has transformed to something better. It has so much, people.
You said he's doing well infrastructure. How many skyscrapers do you now have?
Yeah, I mean, compared to what's happening in Nigeria, we don't have. First of all, you have to have a society that have money. In economic activity moving on before you talk about skyscrapers. So the economy has to be moving. Yeah. So you have to bring people back. People are not coming back to Anambra. People are leaving Anambra. So that's those when people join differently. They think that when you build infrastructure, but you need people to sustain that infrastructure. Compared to what Tinubu governor is doing now, Soludo is nothing. Even when people kidnap in Anambra, they have to go to Enugu to use the command center to look for the terrorists. Enugu, they have cameras where you can see people. They can see some of the streets. See what's going on. Real time. Anambra, they don't have it. We've talked to him about so many things on security, he can do, but he doesn't want to do them. Main market on the challenge main market, it's in a good proximity, it's by the river Niger. It has only 9 streets leading to the market. 9 streets only leading to the market. Soludo, I mean, I don't know what you discussed with those people, but if he had shown show of force, because yes, when people see show of force, it will give them, the impetus, okay, the government is doing something. But you can't just, promise them, say there's security, but they don't see it. You want someone to come and play with his life. To be honest with you, I wanted the insecurity, whatever, this at home to end. But I was thinking, how could we end it? But Soludo, I don't know, somehow, I don't fault him, but also I don't support him. But I think, what matters is the people's right. Their fundamental right to stay at home. You can't force them. You can't close their market. Anambra said government doesn't own the market. The market is owned by Onitsha, not local government. Onitsha, bro, don't tell me I was born and raised in Onitsha. Onitsha, the revenue goes to the local government. But in Nigeria now, the governor, you put the local government chairman, you do whatever you like. Onitsha, that market is owned by Onitsha North. Onitsha South owns Ochanja, Bridgehead.
and what another one with Wally War, whatever. So that's the reason of the change. And if Soludo, I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what you discuss with people, but there is no way you can show the people that you can protect them, and then they will not turn up, to come out and do business, because coming out for this.
No, but I thought this logic you're bringing is benign and doesn't make sense, because I just said that someone said it's illogical.
I don't understand. What do you mean by that?
No, so trying to show people a clear roadmap to the security before asking them to do something, someone says is illogical.
No, it's not, because because what are they seeing? They're seeing the same thing they've been seeing before. The way people are being killed, there's not big security was not beefed up. So if they've seen that you beefed up security, that you can protect them when they come out, then they will come out. But they're having the same thing they've seen before, where people are being shot, killed, nothing is done, nobody has been arrested. So what do you want them to do? They would, like for instance, if you go to where they're killing people and you see Nigerian army there, you will have some sense of security. I see. That one day maybe that 9 roads. That's what I'm saying. Use that 9 roads. Have security. That if people know that if you think that you can do something to the market, come into the market and do something, you can't get away, because that 9 roads you have security that will go catch you. So that's what I'm saying. So Soludo never did anything. What he was doing was more of sending a chamber. They are terrorizing people on the street. Sometimes they do some good work, but we know that they beat up national youth service people. They go block roads, things like that. So that's basically, Soludo has no right to stop people from staying at home. That's economic boycott. If you want to do an economic boycott, it's within your right as a Nigerian. It's protected by this. It's by the free speech. So, but I understand that like sometimes when outside forces trying to force other people from going about their normal business, the government somehow has to intervene. But what we're going to what happens is that Soludo didn't, he had no right, to just stop people from going to market, to stop going. He had no right to close their shop. So if they say they're not coming, then they're not going to come. There's nothing you can do about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Okija. Golden Mind, I will give you 1 more minute to respond. KJ, do you have anything to say? KJ, can you hear us? Okay. So Golden Mind, go ahead, and then we'll move to something else before people accuse us of turning the show into an Anambra show today.
Well, let me just say that I want, when people discuss issues, let it be specific. I would ask anybody who think that there's insecurity in Anambra to tell me the last time he or she heard that somebody was kidnapped in Anambra State. And I'm glad that you mentioned the Agune Chamber. Yes, they had their problems, they had their issues, just like a typical Nigerian organization. But all the errors, mistakes were being corrected. Like I told you, the last 2-3 months, Anambra was relatively peaceful. Nothing happened. This December, Christmas, everybody that went can attest that it was, good. Nobody heard of anything. Now, this idea that, yes, individuals have a right. You have a right to not go to your shop. But when the entire market is closed, that is no longer right. There's nothing like group rights. That's economic sabotage. That's what it is. You can't just say the entire market and you say, yeah, as an individual, if you're sick, you have a right not to go to work. But when the entire market, which generates one of the biggest in West Africa, closed shop for how many years now? 5 years every Monday? That's not good. Like I said, government at some point had to act, and the time to act is now. Was now. Some people are saying, why didn't he do it before? He could do it anytime. This is the best time he thinks he can do it. The Monday sit at home has to stop. He got to stop, right? So, I don't know what else. He has provided the security. He has made all kinds of appeals, persuasions, meetings to make them see reasons. Well, after doing that, carrot and stick or whatever, he has done the non-kinetic, and now it's time to do something else. The goal is to make sure that Monday through Friday, the workers go to work. Businessmen go to their businesses, markets open. That is the goal. He's not intending to punish anybody. People are blaming him for 5 years. Come on. After 5 years, you still want us to continue to plead. If you don't do anything, this is going to continue for another 10 years. And that is not going to be good for anybody in Anambra State. So time to stop the no sit at home on Mondays in Onitsha in particular, not the entire Anambra State. Everywhere else is open in Anambra State except Onitsha and the environs. And businesses are going to Delta, to Asaba. Businesses are going to Asaba. And you're telling me it's okay. No,
Holding mind. Nobody is supporting what the.
That's what you are doing. That's what you are doing here.
Sorry. Can I?
Guys, hold on. Ify, I will come to you. KJ, yes, your audio wasn't good before. Go ahead. Then we'll come to you, Ify.
Mr. Golden Mind, I like to address people like you, and I wish you come to this channel often. You see, you are the kind of people who give the opportunity for people to mistreat the Igbo people. Because what is going on, will never have gone on any other place in Nigeria. That the people take a stand, and then you alone come out and say with your own power, because you are in government office that will last for 4 years, you decide to talk down on the people and decide to impose the power that the people gather together to give you, and then make them feel that they are subservient to you. Let me tell you something, bros. Let me tell you something. You can shake your head as long as you want.
No,
but let me tell you something.
It
cannot be done any other place. It cannot be done any other place in Nigeria. That's one. Two, the power of violence lies with you. If you feel you are so strong and able to make people do what they don't want to do because you are strong, why don't you use that authority to correct what is going on in Anambra State? Anambra State relatively has always been a peaceful state. And if you feel that these traders are the one now who are going to make your government better, help you to construct road and do other things, there are better ways of doing it. The market, each market has an organized group that you can speak with. You can meet with them and then let them know. By the way, in Yoruba man, I'm coming. Hold on.
Yes, then you continue. Let me chime in this. Then you continue. So, from what I'm hearing, Golden Mind, listen, I have no skin. Don't have a monkey in this battle. So I'm not from Anambra State. But the point he is making, if I hear him, because I'm listening to what people are saying, he says the governor has done all of what you're asking, and it failed. And the governor is now deciding to use his power or authority to enforce it.
Okay, let me address that. You see, what Chukwuma Soludo is trying to do is to give a dog a bad name. See, the Buhari administration that hitherto was sponsoring all the mayhem in the southeast, those groups no longer have money to do that. And so those groups have naturally died off. Now, what he's doing now is to kickstart another name calling against the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. Because now he's heaping it on the fact that IPOB issued a sit-at-home.
Come on.
Can I talk, Oti? Please, let me talk. Now, when in anything that they want to escalate in Nigeria, they bring Igbo, they find a way to bring it to the Igbo man or IPOB. So now he has said it is IPOB. Meanwhile, IPOB has disassociated itself from sit-at-home for so long that we don't even have anything to join it to IPOB at all. But however, if you feel, as Sip said the same thing, you have the authority of coercion. You have the army, the police, and everything. If you feel that you have come to a place where this has become something you can no longer tolerate, there are many ways to deal with it. Take the armor tanks that are guiding you, put one in the south, of the market, north of the market, east of the market, and tell the people that you have security now. Don't be afraid to go to the market. If that fails, you can say to people, okay, those people who are going to open their market is also and so this will be an incentive to you. That is how people who go to school behave. You don't coerce them. And then when we live in the Western world where we can even sue the government for what even the government is right, and we get away with it, or the court award us penalties against the government, then we sit here and tell our people, that's what they call it. Are you surprised they say we are a disgraced country? You are talking to the people who elected you, and you are telling them that nothing is going to happen, and that you are going to close the market, which you have done, and that by next Monday, if schools don't open, you close all the schools. Come on, man. You see, one time there was a king who decided to say he was above God, and he died, looking at himself. So let's not go too far. This is
KJ,
Igbo land you're dealing with. And
thank you.
hold
I
on,
want
this is my last
I want
point.
to
This is
move
my
on.
last point, and I will stop. You know
Okay.
that you and I know that nobody coerces the Igbo people. You know that. You don't get anything done trying to coerce and force an Igbo man to do it. He will do right the opposite. And he will tell you that death you want to kill him tomorrow, let it come now. If you know that as an Igbo man, then what do? You must have a more strategic, because you call yourself a professor. A professor, for that matter, don't know how to handle simple common issue like this, that you come to the public and then make us a jest around Nigeria. The people are laughing and say, look at the way he's even talking to the people. So tomorrow, if they are killing your people, where do you go to? Because the same governor who is governing you, who's supposed to be keeping life and property, is threatening to deal with you people to it's not the same Soludo that carried bulldozer and go and bulldoze down Inomoto's shop. What are you saying, telling us that we don't know? Okay, I think we should. Look. I'm not the level of Soludo. I have no problem with Soludo.
Okay, KJ,
but
thank you very much.
What I'm simply saying is this: I'll round up. This is not the way to do things. No matter how you look at it, it's not the way to do things. Thank you.
All right. So before you speak, let me just repeat again. I don't understand why people make it look like having a conversation has to be a fight. It's a conversation, for goodness sake. I'm not here to fight. I'm just laughing at people who think I have no skin nor dog in this battle. I'm not from Anambra State in the first instance. We're here to talk about. We're talking about a elected official of state and the way he's trying to address an issue. I don't have anything against Soludo being the governor, but I'm saying the method of what he was trying to do is what I find funny and strange. If you please go ahead. If you're okay. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
God in mind, I think you misunderstood what I said. Nobody hates Soludo, but the way he addressed the main market, the traders last week, I can't even, if I don't know him, I would think that he didn't even finish primary school. He spoke to them like a tout. In a civil war, will Soludo address people like this? No, it's just because citizens, we have allowed these people to talk to us anyhow. Let's say that Nigeria is a civilized country. Do you think, Soludo, everything that is happening in Nigeria will be happening? It will not be happening. But just like KJ said, there are other ways. These people want to go back to work. They want to go and trade. Like, that my Igbo people, there is no tribe in Nigeria that lost money more than Igbo people. So if, like KJ said, if you can provide, and that was exactly what my brother said. I grew up in Onitsha. My parents live there. That's where I went to school and grew up. So you can't tell me anything otherwise. I have family members that, trade there at Onitsha main market. All they were asking for, Oga, give us security. If you can provide security at main market, we will go to work, we will go to market. But this issue of threatening them, we are worsening the situation. That is all they're asking for. They're not even asking you for too much. But you're gonna, bring down the whole market and do it in 2 days. Who are you talking to? Do you think you're talking to your slaves? You're talking to human beings. You don't address the people that voted you in office like that. They're not cowards. Even if there is any little respect I have for Soludo, when he made that statement, I was like, oh my God, this man has lost it. Let us be guided. Nobody hates anybody. I love in fact, whenever I go to Nigeria, if I don't get Onitsha, you're not telling me anything. I've said it countless times, I hate to stay in Lagos. Until I get to Onitsha, until I get to Newi, you can tell me anything. I spent like literally 1 month going from Onitsha to Port Harcourt. Was 1 month going from Onitsha to Port Harcourt. So I know what I'm talking about. And you two said that, you came back from Nigeria. But, the question I always ask, why is it that when somebody builds roads and all that stuff, you people will thank the person? But we all live in a civilized country. Every year we are repairing roads, we are fixing roads, we are just, doing the same thing over and over again. I want to praise the person. I don't have anything against Soludo. I don't know Soludo, and I don't want to know him. We are not friends. We're not going to be friends. I'm not into politics. But work for the people. Go to the street of Onitsha. Go to the street of anywhere and ask the people there. Ordinary old woman selling vegetable at Ochanja market. What do you think of this government? I hear what they will say. But not we coming here to fight, or you stay 1 month, me stay 1 month, we will run out. What are the citizens of that state? What are they talking about? That's all I'm saying. I don't care about all that. We are not fighting here. We want the state to, to
Thank you, Ify. I don't think that this show today should be about Anambra people. I don't know
No,
why.
it's not. Let's end it here.
Now I think I know why Dr. Damages ran away. He should have been the one to stay here as an Anambra man to come and discuss this. And I'm the one carrying Anambra people's matter. They're telling me how Umuahia looks like a village. Okay.
So, I want to address something here.
But sorry,
I want to
I want us to end this topic.
I want to address something which is very critical.
Just 1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay, good.
Okay, you want me to go first? I go first, right?
Is it me? Am I going on?
Yes,
Should I?
1 minute.
Okay, good. I want to address something real quick here. Please, with due respect to OT, Gonia, and everybody here. First of all, an average Nigerian wants a country that is safe. They want the basic amenities. Everybody wants to go about their business. Unfortunately, the Nigerian government has been failing the people at all fronts. And of course, let us not pretend as if we are not aware that Nigeria is facing a tribalistic and religious issue. That is even the main genesis that even caused that sit at home in the first place, because they didn't listen to their demands. When they were processing on the road, police during Buhari's time, they went and attacked. So they now went with another strategy to start sit at home. That's how the genesis of this thing started in the first place. If not, people will not just go and sit at home. This is an unnatural situation. Why I even call people's name? Because you guys were making mention of, the government have the right to do whatever they want. We agree. So the citizens too have the right to ask the government to give them good governance. It is a two-way street. Unfortunately, you have been in the Nigeria of today, why we are facing all these problems is because we are not having good, because the government is doing as they like, and they feel that the citizens have no right to say anything or do anything objectively. Even most times, okay, look at, I think someone mentioned Peter, is it Peter, the one of these activists, is it Peter Akao? I forgot his other surname. Peter, right? He may mention, what is that guy doing? He's a Nigerian like us. He's trying to lobby through legal means to see if the National Assembly can make sure that we can have a transparent election that is without electoral reform.
You've gone above 1 minute.
Coming here, he's going.
Can I have my 1 minute? Can I have my 1 minute? Can I have my 1 minute?
Also finished.
Let him just summarize. Let him summarize quickly. But 1 minute is over.
Is doing all these things is because over the years, when it's PDP or APC, we have not been having good. Our electoral processes have been very, very terrible. So we want to see how we can do something different so that we don't end up bringing the wrong people into power.
Thank you very much, sir, for that.
So the thing is, it has to be mutual. The thing is mutual.
Okay, so Oti, 1 minute, please. We need to move away from Anambra people.
See, what we're dealing with is we're not called to have an assessment, positive or negative, of the performance of Governor Soludo. That's not what we're doing here. He took a decision, so we just have to kind of look at this objectively, right, and rationalize it. And of course, security and insecurity, this is something that is all over the country. And you ask yourself, so this sit at home that we're talking about Onitsha now, why is it not taking place all over Igbo land? Why are people in Umuahia here about not sitting at home on Mondays, right? So if it is such an important thing, and I thought, the argument has been that this is something that the traders are doing willingly and happily, voluntarily, okay? And then, by the way, who is responsible for it?
Sorry, hold on.
Yes.
What's your view of Minneapolis?
Minneapolis. Look,
Minneapolis. What's your view?
I know about it, but it's not something I'm very familiar with. I know
what's your view of what's going on there?
Okay, look, I don't live in Minneapolis, okay? And I know that
you don't have to live in Minneapolis to know what's going on in Minneapolis and to have a view. What's your view of what's going on in Minneapolis?
I don't have to follow American politics. So we're talking about Anambra State now and sit at home and all that. Minneapolis.
Tim, can you borrow me 20 seconds, please?
I will give you 20 seconds. Don't worry. Hold on.
Okay, no, so
Let him
thing
round
is
up.
this. Listen, so by the way, and the people, the people that are sitting at home supposedly under the auspices or maybe in support of IPOB, whatever. So the IPOB has come out and said, look, this is not, we don't support this. This is not, they're not doing this for us or for our leader, right? And so who is responsible for it? Who are these people afraid of? Who are they respecting? Who are they honoring? And then the government, in exercise of its legitimate authority, has come to say, look, this got to stop. We have to. So the government has a duty to provide security. Have they said they're not doing that? So we should have some confidence, benefit of a doubt. And the government has done a lot to provide security to the whole state. So stopping this is a way forward. Is a step in the right direction. The government should be supported. And okay, we can of course have an argument quarrel with how the manner, I don't know whether he spoke to them politely or not. Those are different issues. Okay, we can deal with that.
But Oti, but your last statement doesn't show that like you're listening to what people are saying. People are not saying government shouldn't try to create
what do you mean my last statement? Excuse me. The point I'm saying, we can criticize the manner he's gone about it, okay? Maybe not
but
being
that's going on. That's what, and you're still finding a fault with it.
No, listen. I'm saying it's something that we can separate, okay? And then look at the issue, the decision, okay? Stopping sit at home. Are you with me? Should it be allowed to carry on or not? Okay, the government, by the way, the government has a power, coercive power. So somebody, unless you don't understand what government means, KJ, if you're saying the government cannot coerce, government can. That's what government is all about, right? You have to pay your taxes. If you don't, you will be coerced to do it. So let's kind of be objective.
That's not leadership. Leadership influences people. Go and read the book.
Excuse me.
Go and read a book on management. You influence people to do your will.
Tony, that is leadership. That is governance. Sometimes you use force. Okay, government is not only pleading. It's not only being nice. It's not only being friendly. Sometimes you gotta use force, right? That's how it works. Live in the real world. Okay.
Force to do what? What is the force for? What is the force for? Well, did they break the law? Did they break the law?
Yeah, let me come in from a different angle.
Your 1 minute is over. Hold on.
Yeah.
I will come to you, but I'm going to appeal to you and to recolonization. I know you want to say something. You've been going in and out. I apologize for that. But we need to move away from this topic. So, Kene, 2 minutes. Recolonization, 2 minutes.
I'll be fast, but loaded with facts and figures, right? So on the Shaman market, I don't know how well, I think Okija and Okija will have an in-depth knowledge of how Onitsha market came to be. This is a private business, privately owned, built market with zero input from neither the local government nor the state government. These shops were owned by private individuals, built by private individuals. The poles, the electric poles and the wires you see in that market were installed by private individuals. No single government amenity in that market, not even water. Government never provided anything for these people. Now, how dare Soludo threaten these people that they must open their shops? For what? Now, there is a serious question that you all need to ask Soludo. He claimed that the state is losing 19.6 billion naira every Monday. Now, Anambra State, as of 2024, the internally generated revenue of Anambra for the year was 42 billion naira. Now you claim that you are losing 19.6 billion naira just on Mondays. How many Mondays do we have in a year? 4 times 12. That is what we have in a year. So calculate, is he adding up to his false claim that the state is losing 19.6 billion naira? If the claim is true, then Soludo, you need to explain to us what you are doing with our money. You are embezzling our 19.6 billion naira times 4 in a month times 12. That's what you're simply doing. So the first claim of generating 42 billion naira in a year is not adding up. You're a thief, right? Now, Soludo, Soludo is a criminal, and I think you guys are misunderstanding some things here. The people are not saying, okay, let me pedal down on that. Let me pedal down on that, right?
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yeah, so Ludo, you guys are misunderstanding something. You are saying that the people are saying it's because of insecurity on Monday. No, the people willingly don't want to open their shops on Monday, and this is in agitation to Nnamdi Kanu. Did you watch the videos where they are shouting? So Nnamdi Kaige so Mone Jeje Mona Nana Nnamdi Kaige so, which means they are following Nnamdi Kanu. They are demanding that Nnamdi Kanu must be released. For them to open their shops on Mondays, Nnamdi Kanu must be released. That is what they are saying. As far as Anambra State is concerned, I was in Anambra last week. I could drive from my village to Onitsha. Matter of fact, from Onitsha to my village, sometimes I will leave Onitsha by 9 p.m. Sometimes I leave Onitsha by 9 p.m. It's free. And I don't want to attribute that to Soludo, because it has been like that. I go to Nigeria every year, and I'm free, right? So now, Soludo is a professor. He went to school, but he operates with advices from illiterate like Atueze, Nubo, and Emekofo. Those are the godfathers, his godfathers, that tells him what to do. So he's a professor. He went to school, no doubt. He's educated, no doubt. But he's not using his intellectual abilities to govern the state. He's operating based on what his godfathers tells him to do, which is Ateze, Nubo, and the rest. Right? So Soludo need to explain to us what he is doing with our money. And how dare you, Isofia man, come to Onitsha to threaten us that we must open our market. Do you have market in your Sofia? What market do you even have in Sofia that you have to come to Onitsha and say that you will shut it down? How dare you? How dare you shut down Onitsha market that senior your father?
Okay, nice. Okay, thank you. All right, recolonization, please, quickly, 2 minutes.
Kim, you say you don't want us to dwell on this Onitsha something. I wanted to. Is it on this topic you want me to talk about?
Yeah, if you want to say something on this topic or not, so that I will move.
Move to which topic?
Let's move to international topic.
Not about Nigeria.
No, not about Nigeria. I'm tired of Nigeria.
Okay. Actually, what I came in, I don't talk to people who are poorly educated like Soludo. Let me just talk about what you people were saying before about that president, that Mumu, will fall down for Turkey. I'm more concerned about those type of people. You understand me? Gumi advised him to go to Turkey to seek help. You understand me? And he went to Turkey to seek help. So you see what we are saying about that country, Nigeria. I don't want to waste time because many of you have spoken a lot about it. You have spoken a lot about Soludo. Nigeria needs help. Bam. Kachifonu.
All right, guys. Thank you very much. So please, I want us to move away from this topic before it becomes tagged an umbrellization of the platform or Igbo issues.
Jim, please, can you moderate some of the languages that we use in this platform, please?
I'm trying my best. But you know that people can be difficult to handle and manage. So,
Oga Tony, please. That man told us to yab him as much as we can yab him. I can bring that up to you.
I'm not referring to you. I'm telling.
I just say because he said make we yab him as we want. Now, Mumu.
All right, guys. So, Anambra State is the least of our headache right now, to be honest with you. Anambra people will be fine. Last, they'll be fine. We have done 4 hours, which is not supposed to be the case. But before we go, I want us to just quickly touch on something. So the United Nations Secretary General just came out to say that in 6 months or thereabouts, the UN will be declared bankrupt because the US is no longer meeting its own obligations. So my question is the United States the only country that is a part and parcel of the UN? How is it that one member state's contribution is what is going to cripple the finances of a global organization like the United Nations? I'm struggling to understand it. So I don't know who wants to go first. This will be the last topic we'll talk before I say good night to all of us.
See, if Nigeria stops its contribution to ECOWAS or AU, the impact will be felt, just like UN is feeling it now.
Okay, so Tony, question for you, please, since you've gone that direction. So is it that there are 16 member states? Let's take the ECOWAS as you've mentioned. There are 16 member states of ECOWAS. We know that 3 or 4 of them have temporarily pulled out. That is Niger, Burkina Faso, and I think Mali. Those 3 pulled out. Now, in a fair association where people pay dues, so everybody pays, let's say you say everybody's dues is 16 naira or $16. If I stop paying my own $16, why would there be a problem?
It looks like you're not listening to Trump. This is one of the issues that Trump, that made Trump to pull away. A lot of them are not paying. And US is shouldering most of the responsibility.
Okay, so if others are not paying, then do you blame the US is the question?
Well, that's their business. I can decide not to be a member. If others are violating, if I have,
no, what I'm saying is for those who would say, why would US stop paying its dues? So if a nation feels I'm overburdened, a lot of us here as private individuals will not want to contribute to an organization where you are the only one lifting that organization. Nobody wants to be a Father Christmas. So why are we okay with one nation being the Father Christmas? And the Father Christmas says, I no longer want to play that role. Then you demonize that person. Help me understand it.
The Secretary General is not doing his job. He's not doing his job. I mean, it's like you, Kim. Maybe you are carrying the problem of the family. I'm just using as an example. And you're carrying it and you have your own personal responsibilities and so on. And you come to a point where you think, look, it looks like these people are taking me for a fool. Okay, I'm not going to do it again. They're not going to die after all. So, and then they begin to blame you. It's not rational now. If you want the organization, you can do without the US and move ahead. Do what you need to do. It has to be, if people are not paying, knowing that it's their responsibility to pay their dues and they're not paying for years. Some of them are, have dues that are outstanding for years. And because the US is acting as a cushion for them, so everybody just feel like they're relaxed. So if it's a business organization, the business organization will die.
Okay. All right. Okija, do you want to chime in on this? And I'm going to throw in another aspect to it. So when under the same president in the US says that NATO nations are not making their full contributions. And if they're not doing that, then he will stop his own because he can't continue to bear them. Do you have a sense that this person, he's just not a rabble rouser? Or do you think he's just a rabble rouser causing confusion all over the place?
No, actually, I think I support Trump on that. If you belong to an organization before you join, there are some you read whatever the guidelines or whatever memorandum. And then you join. You're supposed to pay your due. You shouldn't let US be paying all the dues. But I think UN is kind of bloated. I think they spend a whole lot of money without accountability. The agencies, they have, they pay. I don't want to. People that work for UN, they're doing a good job, but I think some of them they overpaid. If they work in the US or in other countries, they should be getting less than what they're getting. So I think there should be the UN should go through the process of where corporate restructure. Find out where the money is leaking, and then try to shut those things off, lay off people, close some programs. That's what I think, because you can't just run a lot of countries. Some of these countries they are going through economic hardship, like for instance Nigeria. Or do you expect? I don't. Do you expect Nigeria to, instead of spending money to run education, whatever, they use it to, they go and submit it to the United Nations, and then when United Nations will use that money, probably go to Namibia or whatever, to Uganda, and do some projects there. I understand that Nigeria, Nigeria, we're getting a lot of projects, UN projects, but again, you get the money. Can you pay? So it's I don't blame Trump. You have to pay up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Wow. Okay. In regards to that, of course, because US is the main heavy lifter, so I just feel that every other country should put in their own quota, the way the US have been putting it. Because if you look at it, for instance, like China, India, and those other countries, they are fast-growing economies. And also forget too that the way the G9 or the G8 is forming their own alliance is the same way the BRICS is also forming their alliance to have a strong, force, right? So you're looking at all these factors. Of course, it's just more of a strategy. So, but if you ask me, I will say it in this way that it's not going to close. Don't worry, forget it's just a distraction, because they have a major role to play in the future, which will not be nice for every one of us.
What role is that?
Don't worry. Anything has to do with global, there's also, I don't know,
a conspiracy?
2030 global agenda and all those things. It might sound crazy. People might not believe in it.
That's
but
what I'm asking you. Is that a fact, or is that a conspiracy?
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's not. It's not a conspiracy. It's you see, whether we like it or not, there are things that are about to unfold that we'll not really agree on, but it's just something we should have in the back of our mind. Okay. So they're not going to go. The UN is not just going to fizzle out like that.
Okay. All right. Ify.
Of course, Trump will always be Trump. I mean, you can't tell Trump what to do. I mean, he knows what is best for his country. But at the same time, like my brother said, if he's gonna pull them out, I mean, that means United States is gonna be by themselves. If anything happens, who's gonna come and join them to defend? So it's a dire situation for me, but I don't think Trump will gonna do that, because he's gonna look at the implications if he pull United States out. He's trying to get Greenland, right? But at the same time, you're trying to put them out of NATO. So I don't understand his rationale. Trump wakes up and say whatever he wants to say. On the second note, he's gonna come back and change his story. So I don't know how he's gonna handle this. But hey, this is his country. Whatever, he's the president of the whole world. Whatever he feels that is best for United States, he should go ahead and do it.
All right. Recolonization.
Well, fella called United Nations useless nonsense. But anyway, we don't have anything to say. I've told you that America has the greatest president that have ever ruled America at this moment. Greatest of all time. And that man is a very intelligent person. When you meet intelligent people, they're always very controversial to educated people, so-called. They will say it's not following the rules, he's doing that, he's that. They will find very many ways to condemn any person where they do what he's supposed to do. So if United Nations collapses without America, then you will know what America has been pushing to that organization. And like Okija said, they are over-bloated. If you go to Gambia, where they have United Nations office, you should see how these people live extravagantly. You understand? So sometimes you wonder, who pays them? Is it not United Nations that pays them? They live in the best houses, drive the best cars, fumble around everywhere, just because they're under United Nations, and they can do whatever they want in that country. So we have been seeing this and saying this, and our man Trump has taken it upon himself. We are going to look into every nitty-gritty of this United Nations. You have to pay up, or we stop paying, or we dictate. Thank you.
All right. So, KJ, the floor is yours now.
Good night, everybody.
Okay, Jim, thank you. I don't want to get into trouble because, listen, United Nations have lost value since, not be today now. You know, they will just look at someone that will take it down, and you only came to a point where this man had to do that, which everybody have been running away from. When you go from mass migration and all that became your focal point, when you go to begin to support some fundamentalist Islamic groups and give them cover, then what do you think of a nation who wants to, it's just like what, the first speaker said, Tony. In Africa, where you have 13 nations and only Nigeria picks the bill, and yet everything is done against Nigeria. When we go to the African Cup of Nations, we are cheated. When we play the regional cup, we are cheated. And when we even go to other African countries, those ones, they treat us anyhow. Is it not stupidity for us to continue to say we are a member of ECOWAS? Because ECOWAS got nothing. ECOWAS becoming powerful when it has to do with Nigeria intervening. We can as well sit by ourselves and intervene whenever we want to and not have to spend our money unnecessarily. That's what America have discovered. And you can't blame America. Since the days we were studying the operations of the United Nations, America have always picked all the bills. So if we can keep picking all the bills, and you guys are the ones doing policies that are against us and trying to even take over our borders, any reasonable person, whenever I come here, I say I don't blame the guy in charge of the country. Why? Because if I was the same person, I would do the same. When you are coming to a table, bring what you have. Don't say this person is saying America first. What about you? He said do the same thing. And I'm glad that they went to Davos and said the same thing. We have been saying here. Come with your plan. We don't want it to be, will you come with your plan? The problem is that most African leaders, especially the ones leading us now, have no plan. They have no plan. Because if you have plan, you can't go to a state visit in Turkey and go and fall down. Because I have no plan. If you have plan, you can't go there now. After the state visit, you have disappeared.
Hold on.
I don't know why you are.
Wait, hold on now. Wait. Is it the lack of plan that made an old man? Of course.
Let me tell you something. You see, I thought we discussed that issue. If you watch that video properly, you find out that the guy was disorientated. The few seconds, and if he's a medical person, you can see that. I mean, maybe you guys can look at it, but I'm looking at it from a layman. He actually forgot where he was because he was just deviating away from the man. But that's not the topic today. The topic is that the United Nations themselves made themselves, not relevant to certain countries. And there's nothing anybody can do about that. That's the truth. I rest my case.
All right. Oti. You're muted, Oti. You're muted. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, what is your question again? Is it can you just
so the UN Secretary General says that there will be paucity of funds to execute anything, and they might go into like what in local balance bankruptcy. Let's call it what it is.
Kaput,
kaput, because the US is pulling funds away. And my question is this: if you have these 90-something countries or whatever number of countries that are part and parcel of the UN, don't they all have equal contributions to the United Nations? Why should one person say, I don't want to be part of you anymore, constitute a financial threat?
I see. Okay. Well, before I answer the question, the way I see fit, let me ask a question directed to Kenneth. Kenneth, maybe you can explain to us whether you're still a full supporter of Donald Trump. Are you still enamored with?
Can you answer? You will answer at your turn. No, don't answer.
Yes,
now.
he's gonna answer.
You asked if I'm a supporter, if I'm still a supporter of
if you're still no, yes, I'm just, you answer that question when it gets your turn.
Of course,
I would like to.
my love for
And then you will
Trump.
answer when it's your turn. You will answer when it's your turn, please.
Okay.
Okay. Well, of course. So if the members of the United Nations, they have obligation to pay up. It's a pity. That's that's the only way I can put it. Because the whole world, including America, everybody benefits from this, because we have to have a kind of imperfect though it is, we have to have a kind of an order, an international order. It can't just be a rule of or rather a lawless place. This is what, because look, this current American administration, the character of the people that are leading the government, they don't. I mean, I don't know how to describe it, but hopefully it can only be something temporal, so it's not going to be there forever. And then with time, things will kind of return to normal. So we're not living in a normal time, and it's dangerous for everybody, because when you have contending nations and powers, there has to be a modicum of if like a rule, how to, you can't just be playing the game without
Rule-based
any
order.
rules. Yes, I mean, as I said, it may not be imperfect, it may not be perfect. We know all the problems, but it's better than having nothing. Okay, America is a superpower. I think this current administration with their supporters, maybe they think they're losing their power, and therefore they think they can allow the whole thing to, the global system to collapse. They're not going to lose anything, but it doesn't make sense, when you think about it, really, because so no nation can be completely self independent, self-sufficient. They still need the world, right? So therefore we have to have a kind of a system that under which we conduct our businesses, right? The nations,
Okay.
I mean. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right, Kenneth. Floor is yours. Then you can answer Otis' question and the question of the day.
Yes. Thank you. I don't know. Whoever that has that hammer should first and foremost put this guy or Shana, I don't know what his name is, on timer at first before I will be put on on timer, because I was just responding to his series of insults. I don't know why you turn a blind eye to his insults since. So I was just only responding to him.
Can I hold on, please?
Yes.
Let me address that issue. So
Okay.
I have a principle. I get abused every time I sit on this seat, either as a moderator or just as a panelist. There are people who, they don't like my face, they don't like my guts, they don't like whatever I stand for. But I have chosen not to dignify anybody's comments. The whole world is watching. If I'm making a fool of myself, let people, say Chimezie came here and he spoke rubbish. But for the person who feels their finger is good enough just abusing people, I let them do that. I don't let them do that because it is right. I let them do that because people are watching them. Yes, you can hide behind a pseudo name to do what you're doing. That's fine. I understand it. But I also think that there's someone who's supposed to moderate that section. So hopefully they'll be doing the job they're supposed to do there. But to worry myself about somebody who doesn't have the balls to come in here and speak their views, I mean, really, I don't have time for you. So I would appeal, like I always tell KJ, ignore I have learned to do that. I haven't gone to the comment section in a long time because I think it's a molue, to be honest with you. And right now I don't enter molue.
Okay, thank you. I'll let it slide. So the thing is, Mr. Oti asks if I still love Trump. See, my love for Trump is very deep. Do you understand? I don't think anything will change that. My love for him is forever. The reason, very numerous, right? But very simple. The one that everybody understand here is that he's against evil. He's against, he might not be 100% the kind of person you would have loved to see. He may not he may not suit to, your definition of ideal president, But I see a sincere man, a man that is maybe not doing everything right, but he's trying to do it right. A man that doesn't claim to know all, but is trying to, one, to respect God as much as he can. Maybe some of you don't believe in God. I do, and I sincerely do. He tried to do things right. He isn't one that will insult God or try to deny that there is no God. He's not a confused president that thinks that we have more than two genders. And he's a president that knows that the people are hungry. There's poverty in the land caused by the previous administrators. And he is trying his best to fix the economy. And he knew that, or he knows that war isn't a good thing. He always says it, that could you be killing yourselves because of what? So he's trying to bring peace in the entire, world. If I would put it that way, he's someone that believes that things must be done orderly. Yes, we've had presidents. They come in, they do their things, pull people out, send them back to their countries because they think they are illegal immigrants. But when Trump does his, Trump is evil. Oh, Trump that, Trump this, Trump this. See, I'm not one that would deceive myself at this age. I know what I want. I shouldn't be part of a community that lied to themselves, a deceitful community that you know that this thing is not right. But you come out and still vote for people that will push for those things that you know that is not right. Those things that you cannot welcome in your home, those things that you cannot welcome anywhere in your life or near your family members, but you you push and vote for government that pushes for these agendas. I think you are lying to yourself. You are not being sincere to yourself. Politics is beyond just coming out and make speeches, eloquent speeches. Politics is something that is deep down, is something that will live with, is something that a simple, just very slight decision may affect you for the rest of your life. And for you to, I don't know the kind of confusion that we find ourselves in. So my response again is that my love for Trump is unchangeable. So is there any topic that I had to contribute in, because I was focused on that guy insulting himself there? I can hear you. Sorry. I think you're muted, Chim.
Yeah, you didn't talk about the United Nations, which is the core of what we're discussing now.
Okay. Oh yeah, United Nations, about Nigeria's pulling out from United Nations, right?
No. So clearly you're not listening.
Yes,
so
I wasn't really, honestly.
So the point is this: the UN Secretary General says that the UN may go bankrupt because US is no longer fulfilling its own financial obligations.
Oh, okay.
So which is up to the same man, and I think that is where OT asked you that question.
Exactly. Trump is a businessman.
You have 1 minute now to answer that.
Yes, Trump is a businessman, and America shouldn't remain Father Christmas forever, right? If you want us to have an association or a group just like UN, everybody should be ready to contribute his quotas. The contributions shouldn't be left for Americans alone. America is not a Father Christmas, and that is why America always go bankrupt. And that is why they keep borrowing money to fund for for other nations. How could America be funding for, contributing for, contributing to the UN, where you have the likes of China and the rest, they don't contribute anything? That doesn't make sense. That is not what a businessman should be doing. You only have those that don't understand economics, people like Obama and Biden doing that kind of useless contributions that don't make sense, that don't add value to the country. So yes, US pulled out from its contribution because they are contributing more than every other person. If you want us to run this UN and run it in a balanced way, everybody should be able to contribute. Trump is doing the right thing.
The other question will be this.
Yes.
Because I think I focus too much on that contribution. The other question is this. So if you're a senior brother, or you claim to be a senior brother, and you want to be given the right to make decisions for everyone, which is what the 5 permanent members do. shouldn't it be your responsibility to bear the burden of all of us?
Thank you.
Is it too
You
much
see,
of us to ask carry our burden?
5 permanent members, right?
Yes.
So 5 permanent members, 5 permanent big brothers should be able to contribute, maybe not equally, but fairly, But when you have one country contributing the majority of the fundings or whatever, it doesn't make sense.
But this one country wants to be given a pass to decide for all of us.
Trump made it very clear. Maybe we are not paying attention that he is not the president of the world. He's simply the president of America. His interest is for the America to progress, not for the world. His interest is to provide security for America. He is just policing America, not policing the world. Anything that stands as a threat to America, this is when you now see him come out and attack those things. But if it's not a threat to America,
hold on. So how was bombing of Sokoto a threat to America?
yes, we have. Thank God you call it big brothers, right? So we have a nation, a country. Sorry, I call it a nation. I'm sorry, Nigeria is not a nation. We have a country where the minority, he is doing everything possible to dominate the majority, which is Islam. And we have countries like UAE, Saudi, Turkey, France funding this agenda. Now you have a brother, a Christian brother, saying, no, we shouldn't allow these people to kill our Christian brothers like that. We should intervene. I think that is the only way America comes in. And some people are saying that, oh, he's coming for resources. Which resources do you have that America will come for that they don't have?
All right.
Do you understand?
Very much. No problem. Dexter, please, you'll be the last person on this topic, and then we.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chim. I mean, regarding Trump and all that contribution, see, the United Nations was created, I think, after the Second World War. And we know the victors of the Second World War. The idea was for them to set the agenda. Unfortunately, the United Nations, if we are being honest, it kind of has lost some of the edges it used to have. It has some kind of ideologies that really is not aligned with the ideas that the creators of the United Nations had.
Like what kind of ideology?
Well, for example, during the crisis in Israel, in Gaza, it's clear that some arms of the United Nations were pro-Palestine. There have been, even in Africa, I think there were records in Nigeria that United Nations were involved in abortion cases where soldiers were carrying out, in the northern region mainly, where you have all these girls that have been raped or, pregnanted by, you say, terrorists, but they were carrying out abortions. There was an expert on that, that happened in Nigeria, and these things are being funded. We know that some of these.
Dexter, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm cutting in, but just please help me. So, are you suggesting that if a girl is raped, is it okay for her to give birth to the child from that?
No, I'm not saying that it's okay, but you can't do it under the radar. Okay? The way it was done.
Don't you think they were doing that to help the girls so that their future is not truncated?
Wait. You can do it without the identities being revealed, and it will be recorded. It took an investigation. It took people to say something is going on here. The Nigerian army first denied it, but it was later found out. What I'm trying to say, Chim, is I know that whether we like it or not, there have been situations whereby the United Nations, many arms, because they have become very big, it has started supporting some agendas that, it became so big that there were some agendas that it was supporting that some people in America will feel, is this where our money is going to? You understand? As example, let me give you a typical example. After the elections in Nigeria, Chimamanda wrote a letter to Biden. She was disappointed. Why was she disappointed? She said, we are trying to level up, but you can see that the elections were mad, they was rigged, but you cannot issue a strong statement concerning it. So the question is, do you really want us to level up? Do you really want us to practice this democracy that you are saying we should follow? Or are you just paying lip service to it? That is the kind of thing that the United Nations had become. Whether we like it or not, that's the truth. Okay. That's the truth about it. So if tomorrow, and another thing is that I think it's also kind of, it's a political move, because what he's trying to say is, okay, look, you have this big organization that many people come and say all kinds of things, say things that are not that castigates America, puts them in a bad light. Okay, no problem. You guys can have the organization. You know, it's not bad. You guys can have the organization since it's now, after all, it's equal rights. Of course, if it's equal rights for every nation, then let every nation contribute equally. It's simple, you know. Let everybody grow themselves. And
but Dexter, if every nation contributes equally, which I'm actually for, where does that leave you having a veto power? Because don't forget, when matters are being voted for, some nations have +1+3 votes.
Yes,
you know what I mean by they have this veto something. So if you're asking for equity in contribution, should you not also be affording equity in votes?
Yes, Chin, that's right. That is what they say. Is it is in the 18? Chin, every nation can contribute equally. It's just a show of strength. It's just like you come to West Africa and you say ECOWAS. Oh, everybody should send 10,000 troops to ECOMOG. Of course, Ghana cannot send 10,000 troops. Togo can send 10,000 troops. Benin can send 10,000 troops. The only country that can send 10,000 troops in West Africa is Nigeria. It's just a game. Everybody knows that everybody cannot contribute equal. Even in why did Britain have Brexit? They were contributing so much to the defense. They say, we're contributing so much to defense that it's not even for us, it's for other people. You know, so these are. I believe it's a political game.
Yeah, sorry, but the defense, the freedom of the whole world helps U.S. economy more. U.S., you know, they have so much power in the world. They have the economic power. The dollar is the currency of the whole world. So you should be expected to provide much. If you don't provide for security, for instance, the Gulf of whatever, what's that? Mediterranean Sea. If you don't provide security, the U.S. economy will be affected because business is not.
Okija, let's not draw. These are things that is make believe. Go and read the history of the world. Before the Second World War, all those places you are talking were controlled by Britain. All those places you are talking about was controlled by Britain. So,
do you have any plans for another show? Because
let me land on this point. Sorry, Chief. You understand? Let me land. Let's just see. The US was an isolation. The US actually focused on the Pacific region. All those places you are talking about, the Gulf of the Middle East, the Strait of Hormuz, it was controlled by the UK. It was because the UK was bankrupt after the Second World War. The UK started handing over the territories to America. So look, before the only currency you could not before the Second World War, you could not convert the pounds. If the pounds is in your country, you can't convert it. It was the US that broke that hegemony because the UK was broke. UK was about to go into a civil war because they were going to.
All right, Esther, we need to run. Please, we need to run. Forefathers interference. You went off when we changed, and we're about to shut down. So I don't know. Can you make it quick? 2 minutes, and then we go.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the UN going bankrupt because the US is no longer going to fulfill its own financial obligations.
I didn't hear that. In any event, if you have only 2 minutes, then listen, everybody, this is what I'm going to advise everybody. The world is about to change depending on what happens in the next week or so, maybe less, in between Iran, the United States, and Israel in collaboration with the UK and probably Australia. It's going to affect the world depending on how Iran hits back, if it survives the first onslaught. There might be a global recession. I think people just
need to be more aware of the market, be more financially responsible, and be prepared. Be prepared if it does devolve to a global recession. Then other things I wanted to talk about. Of course, okay, well, I just mentioned that the Armada approaching Iran, the glooming global recession, the Epstein files. People go check them out. All of these things that are happening, it's a ploy, it's a play. They've always played with people. They know most people are not well read. There was not a lot of information out there like this in the past. Now we are in the information age. They cannot distract us. You can only get distracted or be uninformed if you are lazy, and that is what you choose to be. We have the Epstein files out there. There's exposés. Donald Trump is in it. George Bush the first is in it. There's tales of people getting.
Sorry to cut in. Two things. One, we need to go, but the other thing is the Epstein's files were officially released yesterday, but not everything. I don't
know. Everything has been the Epstein files. Everything has been released, sir.
Released 6,000 worth of.
The final files have been released, sir.
Okay.
All right. So the final files are.
We need to go because we've gone beyond the planned 3 hours. This is
just give me a minute. I give hours. Like each time you pass me. This that we're doing, I could just wrap it up and we'll be done. I don't know why you're stopping me while I started talking about Donald Trump. You decided to stopping me.
Hold on. Listen, hold on. There is a science to what you see as my madness right now. It's not just arbitrary. There is an agreement not to run any show on this platform beyond 3 hours.
I hear you, and I've been gracious. Listen, I've been gracious enough.
Hold on. I'm asking KJ, can we create another this and then we can go? But this one.
All of this we're doing, Jim. I could have wrapped up everything I wanted to do. I could have disagreed.
9 minutes.
I could have disagreed with you when you told me to give people a chance. You gave 2 people a chance over me, and I let it happen. Like, come on, let me. Once I started talking about Donald Trump, you shut me down. Like, I could have wrapped up by now.
No, hold on. I want you to talk. I'm asking KJ, can we create another one and come back? But this needs to be shut down.
You don't have to create another one. I'll be done in a minute. I'm reading over things.
You can't be done in a minute. We're already 4 hours.
Why wouldn't I be done in a minute? I'm already on number 6 or 4 hours. I don't just come here blabbing, bro. You don't want me to talk about Donald Trump. The moment I started talking, you argue with me. I could have been done.
No, unfortunately, I need to run. I can go back and create another show and invite you. I will continue.
You don't have to create another show. I don't want to give a long drawn out discussion. I'm highlighting what I'm saying. Like, oh my God,
bro. The more we go about this,
all right. Listen, do your thing. You know, like I told you the last time. Each time you tried to skip me, I said, "Do your thing. Do your thing again, bro. Do your thing."
All right, thank you, everybody. I could have continued, but we have an agreement, and Rudolph knows that. No show should run beyond 3 minutes. But I guess because Forefathers did not show up to create the next section, that's why we have gone up to 5. This is not the agreement. I'm not here to do this. So please, thank you to everybody who is here. KJ, can you create another one? We can come back and continue this conversation, but we need to shut this one down. Are you promising to do that?
If you have the time, I can create the link, but I'm not going to be here to moderate it.
Okay, I don't mind coming to moderate. Just if nothing, to give Forefathers alter ego, whatever tag name he goes with, the chance to come and unveil for us the Epstein's file. I'm interested in it, but we need to shut this one down.
Yeah, the Epstein files. I don't even agree with what he's saying, but because the Epstein file has a lot of factors in it. So
let's not go in there. Can you create another one and then we can continue?
So if you want, Kim, if you are going to be available, I will create it as soon as you log off.
I will be available. I promise to do that.
Okay, so I'll go there right
now. I want to listen to it.
Good night, everyone.
All right, take care, guys. Soldiers
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.